breakdown in front of me. That's not the only thing that we're going to be getting here. So we'll run down this and then we'll jump into the chat and see kind of where the conversation is. So Cody Rhodes, John Cena, under one roof. This is what everyone's tuning in for. It's got a big show feel as a result. So that's obviously the headline. Then we got Bron Breakker against Finn Balor for the Intercontinental Championship. Definitely feels like Dominic Mysterio is going to make his presence felt there. Dominic had a little look in his eye when he helped make this match. So definitely interested to see what goes down there. Penta is going to be battling Ludwig in a no-holds-barred match. We got Jey Uso taking on Austin Theory. And we've also got Dakota Kai taking on Ivy Nile. So lots to get our teeth into. Obviously, the main draw here, the main thing here is the John Cena, Cody Rhodes thing. People want answers, and I don't know that John is going to come out and give us those answers. I would like to think he will, but part of me thinks that we've got 3 weeks of John Cena now. I wouldn't be shocked if we have John Cena coming out and there's no music, John Cena coming out and there's no graphics, gets in the ring and starts to talk, and then Cody interrupts. Cody comes down, Cody asks for answers, Cena walks away. I sort of feel like because we're getting him Cena next week and the week after, you don't have to show all your cards this week, if you know what I mean. I think everyone's waiting to see what the John Cena music's going to be like. Everyone's tuning in to see what John Cena's going to say. Is it one of those situations where they're not going to give us that because they're going to make us wait another week? Like, if he comes out this week and we get to hear his new music and we get to see his new presentation, I mean, I'm sure you'll get something. If I was booking this, I would show you kind of what he's going to be wearing going forwards. I would show you the kind of clothes he'll be wearing this week. And then next week, I'll show you his new music. You know, I wouldn't give you everything today because I want you still to have questions and things that you want answers to so that you tune in next week. So, I don't know. I mean, I'll be surprised if they give us everything. Like, here's the new music. This is what he's going to be wearing now. Here's a full promo from it. Like, if we get all of that this week, I will be surprised. Because, personally, if I was in charge, I would hold some stuff back for next week and the week after. Because I think this is what people want to know. They want to know, what's he going to wear going forwards? What's his new catchphrase going to be? What's the Titantron going to look like? What's he going to be wearing? How are we going to present him? People want to know these things. And this is a big reason as to why people are tuning in for Raw. I don't think you show everything you've got week one, right? Or at least I wouldn't. So I would just say, when it comes to Cena, just sort of don't get your expectations too high. I would not be shocked if by the end of this show, there are still questions remaining. If they do it right, I think there should still be questions remaining. Because, as I said, I think that those questions and getting answers to those questions, that's kind of what we should look at over the next 3 weeks. I would give something, though. I think it would be the ring gear, or it would be what he's wearing. I think it'd be something like that. They are still selling Cena collections for Scotland and Brussels and all that kind of stuff. So it is interesting because the collections that they're selling. I mean, I wonder if I can just show you the one that went in here. If we whoosh over. So you can see that this is the one for Scotland. Now, obviously, we're not in Scotland yet. It's not too far away when we'll be in Scotland. But this is the kind of gear they're still putting out. Last Time Is Now, the farewell tour. You know, it's all traditional babyface John Cena stuff, like You Can't See Me, Never Give Up, Last Time Is Now. Everything's as it was, right? So it's a little bit tricky because really John should be wearing these to try and sell more of these, but he doesn't have to wear these. There is an example of people like Ric Flair and Charlotte Flair that have had merch in the past but never wore it. You know, Charlotte never wears her shirts. Well, I can't say never. Rarely. Very, very rarely. I saw Charlotte do an interview and she said her dad told her very early on, don't wear your merch. Even though it's a good way of getting it on TV, what you should be doing is showing how amazing you are with your robes and all that stuff. And if people like you and believe in you, they'll buy your shirt anyway. And so I wonder if John Cena will take that approach. I wonder if John Cena will now take a leaf out of Ric Flair's book and be like, well, listen, if you want to buy it, you can buy it. I don't need to wear it. Which would be a change for John, because this is the kind of stuff John's been wearing for years and years and years. The fruity pebbles, you know? So much to talk about. Seeing John Cena today is obviously huge. Obviously, it's, you know, what a lot of people are tuning in for. But, yeah, I can't really sit here and give you answers as to what we're going to get. I can just tell you what I would do, which is I wouldn't give everything up week one. I would probably just have a look at, like, okay, what's the presentation clothes-wise going to be like going forward, or something along those lines. Right, Muggsy, what I'm going to do is just get the voice to read bits out, because my voice is feeling a little bit better after a weekend, couple of days of not streaming, but I don't want to throw that away now, so we'll still get the voice to kind of read these questions out, or comments.
Muggsy. Cena is probably going to come out the same way, just different music and a new shirt maybe. But I can't see him getting rid of the jean shorts. The shorts suit him regardless of being heel.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? It's going to be really interesting. I mean, Cena said that when he was going to turn heel in the past, he took the approach that everything should be the opposite. So just going off what he was going to do back in around, was it WrestleMania 28? I think it was 28. So I can't remember if it was the first or the second time that he was facing The Rock. I think it was WrestleMania 28 he was going to be heel. Or 29. It was, you know, when it was those matches, him against The Rock. One of those times he was going to be heel. And apparently there was new music made within 48 hours. There was singlets. So he was going to be wrestling in a singlet instead. I don't know that he would do that in 2025. The only thing I can say is that when he was going to turn heel, you know, going back, 13 years ago, which is a long time ago. But when he was going to turn heel back then, his mindset was, I now have to do the complete opposite of everything I've been doing as a babyface. If I've been lovely to the crowd, I'm now off with the crowds. If I've not been wearing a wrestling outfit, I now wear a wrestling outfit. If my music's positive, it's now negative. And his approach was to do everything the complete opposite. Whether that stands true in 2025, I have absolutely no idea. But this is what everyone's interested in, isn't it? So you could be right. In 2025, maybe he doesn't abandon too much of his aesthetic. Perhaps, you know, he's got a bit older, and certainly I don't think the singlet would be a good look in 2025. But it was just interesting, actually, to hear him talking of what his mindset was about a potential heel turn 13 odd years ago. So I don't know. I genuinely don't know what to expect. It really could be a case that Eddie comes out, we get new music, we get new Titantron, we get new ring gear, we get everything, you know? It could be that. But I would definitely hold some stuff back so that there's still questions and a reason. I mean, you've got a reason anyway to tune in next week, but this is the big story this year. John Cena's heel turn is obviously what everyone's been talking about. And so this is the first time we're going to get chance to hear from him, because he didn't talk at the press conference. He came in, dropped the mic, left. So everyone wants to hear from Cena, see what Cena's wearing. I would imagine that we'll keep going backstage and we'll just see his locker room door a lot. The Rock's going to look after Cena. That he's going to have a locker room, probably guards, and they're going to really milk it until very late in the broadcast. They're going to want it to be late because in America, the show's on quite early. So they're going to want it to be as late as possible so that everyone has at least got home and is going to get a chance to sit down and watch this thing live if possible. So I wouldn't be shocked if Cena was the last thing on the show or opened the third hour. Not expecting them to open the show with Cena. So yeah, lots to kind of get our teeth into. Let's get some more comments.
Connor Rigby. Daze, do you see any of these 7 WWE returns happening at WrestleMania 41? The Hardy Boys, Mickie James, the Bella Twins, Rusev and Lana, Aleister Black, Becky Lynch, Stone Cold Steve Austin, do you agree?
Yeah, I think there's a chance for some Hardy Boys. I think you would see before. Apparently there's some plans for them to do stuff with WWE on the main roster. I think Matt Hardy said their kind of run with NXT has come to an end, but not their time with WWE. So does suggest Hardys have got some sort of main roster program lined up, but I think that's going to be post WrestleMania. But there's a chance that they pop up at WrestleMania. They are legends, so they absolutely could. Mickie James, she could as part of some sort of LFG thing. I wouldn't expect her a wrestling or anything like that. But if we were to show the tutors from LFG in the crowd at WrestleMania, she would be part of that. So she could be there in that aspect, but I wouldn't expect her being physical wrestling or being involved. Bella Twins, I think there's a chance Nikki could be at WrestleMania. I don't know about Brie, because I don't know if Brie has been training, but Nikki seems to be putting some work in at the moment. Rusev and Lana, I would expect Rusev before and Aleister Black before, because we've already got vignettes for Aleister Black. Becky Lynch is the great mystery, isn't she? She could be a surprise, as could Stone Cold. So, yeah, I think those names are all around, with the exception, I'd say, of Mickie James. I would say all those names have got some potential. But, again, it's hard to know, isn't it? What is going to play out before WrestleMania, at WrestleMania, after WrestleMania. No one knows, to be honest. J.R. Davis, shout out to you, my friend. Vic, shout out to you, said, glad we made it to Raw. LFG. An MLW Flash gifting 5 Wrestling Daze memberships. Really appreciate the support, my friends. Lovely to see so many people around for this early showing. And obviously we can't do a second stream, which is a real shame, because we did that on SmackDown and, it was great. I really enjoyed it. And I'm hoping that this show is going to be a show that I would want to watch twice. But this is being shown live in America as well. There is no later showing. It's literally live. And then in America, when you get back home, you can just watch it whenever. So it does mean that there's not a TV station that's showing this at a certain time. Because we were able to do 2 SmackDown streams, but we're not going to be able to do that for Raw because there is no later showing. So, I'm expecting some upset, annoyed people, to be honest, because we're just going to have to treat this as Raw. And so I know that there'll be people that are going to want to try and avoid spoilers and stuff like that. I did put a message out saying, look, just stay off the internet. If you really cannot watch this live, stay off the internet, because everyone's just going to have to treat this like this is the time. Yeah, there's nothing really anyone can do, because people in America are going to be catching up with this at various different times. We've got some people in the chat that are watching it live, so it's messy. It's not ideal, but hopefully people will understand. I know they won't, but there's not much we can do, unfortunately. So yeah. Right, Arsenal, shout out to you. Let's get your thoughts. Come on, you Gunners. Let's play this.
Arsenal Koigi 2021. Could we get Rusev taking out Roman Reigns during the triple threat at Mania, leaving Seth and Punk battling in the ring?
I don't think so. I wouldn't expect Rusev to be brought in at that level, to be honest. I think Rusev is someone that, when he was around last time, he was kind of mid-cards. He was not really in world title matches. He was never WWE champion or like a world heavyweight champion. He was kind of like a Bronson Reed type level, cool, credible, a problem. But then equally, wasn't he in the League of Nations faction? Along with like Wade Barrett and Del Rio and Sheamus. I mean, that was a nothing faction. I kind of feel like this is obviously an opportunity to hit the restart, but I don't know that you put him straight into a program with Roman Reigns. I would think that you would bring him in and treat him around the mid card, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know that we don't see him until after Mania as well. It's difficult because at this point you're sort of locked in with what you want to do for Mania, and I understand that you have to pivot and you have to make changes, but to try and accommodate like Aleister Black and Miro, and obviously there's word about Aleister Black. We know that he's coming in. We believe we've seen a tease for him. And, we believe that he's going to go to SmackDown, same brand as Zelina. When it comes to Miro, I haven't heard anywhere near as much information. I don't even know that he's guaranteed to be coming into WWE. So to go from not quite knowing if he's going to be coming into WWE, we just really think he is. And there's been reports WWE are interested, but I haven't heard about if he's signed. I haven't heard about what brand he would go to. I haven't heard about what the creative plans would be. To go from that point to like he's going to interrupt the main event of WrestleMania is quite a jump for me. So I'm going to say I'm not expecting that. I think you keep him around the mid-cards. Doesn't mean we will. We can obviously do anything with him. But I think that I'd like to get some more clarification as to what we're even doing, because I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard that he's like definitely coming in and that this is the program he's going to be working. And he could be one of those post-WrestleMania surprises. We do need those. Everyone wants Raw after WrestleMania to be, the best Raw of the year, really exciting, loads of shocks and surprises. And, a name like Miro could absolutely fit that bill. So, don't know, when do you play that card? When do you bring him in? I mean, if Aleister Black's going over to SmackDown, does that kind of increase the chances of Miro going to Raw? And I think isn't Phoenix and Aleister Black vignettes aired on Friday. So that's two people going to SmackDown, which in my mind would increase the chances that he goes to Raw. Could we see a tease today? That's something I'd not thought about. So if we get a tease today, could that be for Miro? That's going to be something worth keeping an eye out for. So Arsenal, COYG, shout out to you, buds.
Mr. Delger. I'm at school right now, but I have a question. What are your predictions for Cena versus Cody? Do you think Cody retains or Cena wins his 17th title? Thoughts?
Yeah. Really good question, Mr. Dal Jr. I think that for me, I would not have Cena win the title whilst being a heel, because if John does his job right, you should hate John. And whenever John's been mentioned or his name has been mentioned, he's been getting booed, right? I think Randy mentioned John's name the other day. I think was it on SmackDown? And loads of boos, right? And so I sort of feel like John, when he comes out and he starts trash talking the fans, anyone that's kind of on the fence or whatever, should hopefully start rallying behind Cody. That's what they want. You know, the reason why you turn John heel is to make, you know, big noise, but it's also something we'd been talking about, which is face versus face in the main event of WrestleMania didn't feel right. I don't know how many times we had the conversation. We need a monster heel up in the main event of WrestleMania. Where is the monster heel? Like, we were talking about how it's such a shame Rock's not available, how it's such a shame that Brock's not available, because, you know, you look at Cody against Cena, which a few weeks back was face versus face. You look at that triple threat of Roman against Punk against Seth, which is face versus face versus face. And I know some people will be like, oh, Roman's not really face. He's getting massive cheers, right? He's not done anything that's heelish or anything that's turning the crowd against him. He is face at the moment, right? It could be revealed that he's not learnt his lesson and all of that. But as of right now, loud OTC chants. He's done right by his family and he's a face at the moment. That we don't have that, you know, Logan Paul, Dominic Mysterio, that sort of person that gets booed out the building. Now, I don't want either of them in the main event scene this year. I'm not campaigning for that. But the point we were making is, where is the monster heel? WWE, I think, have thought the same and gone, well, we'll give you a monster heel. How about John Cena, right? So now we find ourselves in a situation where we do have that. And that's great. It's not the person I would have chosen. I would have gone with CM Punk turning, or I would have found a way of getting like a really vicious Drew McIntyre in the mix. But I probably would have gone Punk. I wouldn't have minded Seth turning as well, because I think Seth is in need of a bit of a shake-up. I know he's got his song and people enjoy that, but to be honest with you, I think people enjoy the song. I don't know that Seth's character is the most over that it's ever been. I think Seth has been better when he was doing like Monday Night Rollins. I think Seth was better when he was the architect, actually. This visionary Seth is better than the Monday Night Messiah, but I would say that it's behind architect and it's behind kind of Monday Night Rollins, right? So for me, I would like a shake-up there. And if we're not doing that just because of a song, then I think that's insane. But put that to one side. They've made their choice. They've gone with John Cena turning. So the question is now, do you pull the trigger and put the title on him? Answer to that from me is no, I would not do that, because John Cena should be protected in the sense of, I would have The Rock getting involved. I would have The Rock costing John. I would have there being a bit of tension between John and The Rock. I would have it whereby John has a go at The Rock saying, I would have got the title if you had not got involved, right? And I would really build up some tension there. And I'd have The Rock trying to calm it down. Cody can continue being champion. And John can move on to a feud. I don't mind heel John versus face Randy at Backlash in, where is it? St. Louis, that's it. So I don't mind that match. It doesn't need to be for the title. That's a massive main event. Yeah, a rematch between those two, the final time. Like, but only this time John Cena's the heel. That's a very different spin on that match. We've seen that match so many times, but not with this dynamic. So I'd be down for that. So I think there's a way forward for John without him having the title. I think there's a way that he can sort of lose at WrestleMania, but not lose his aura, if you will. I think it could be a case that, The Rock's going to do whatever he can really to get that belt off Cody. So I would be looking at something like that. And the reason why I wouldn't pull the trigger is I don't want to see John winning 17 and being in the ring holding the belt up with everyone booing. Like, he's just broke the records for most world title wins. That's such a massive moment that's been spoken about for years. Who's going to do it? Who's going to break Ric Flair's record? Can Cena do it? When Cena announced this was going to be his last year, that's what everyone wanted, which was him to break that record. I don't think there's much of an appetite for seeing Cena do it as a heel. I don't think that's what the people want. I think the people want the record broken and they want it to be Cena, but I don't think they want it to happen whilst he's a heel. I think people want to celebrate that moment, and it feels to me like you're going to have to turn John face. He's got to turn face by the end of the year. He's got to retire as a face. Surely he doesn't retire as a heel. So if he's going to retire as a face and he's going to turn back to being a face, why don't we delay him winning the world title and make that still a big part of the year? Like, you know, he's heel. He's trying to get 17. He still hasn't got it yet. Blah, 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 blah. So for that reason, I personally would not have John Cena winning at WrestleMania. I think it would be a big win for Cody. And I think Cody needs big wins in his title reign. I think that Cody has been let down with poor creative in his title reign so far. And this is the moment to give him a big name on his resume. You know, he's been beating the likes of AJ Styles, who's brilliant, but, you know, I don't think anyone really expected him to win. He's beaten the likes of Kevin Owens. Brilliant, but I don't think people really expected him to win. He's beaten the likes of Logan Paul. I don't think people expected him to win. We're now in a situation where the bookie's favorite is John Cena. People are expecting John Cena to win. This is where you give the win to Cody. This is where Cody gets a credible win on his resume, proves that he's the quarterback of this generation, gets past the legends. You can find ways of doing it so that John doesn't look too weak, have it miscommunication between him and The Rock, loads of bells and whistles, you know, shenanigans, whatever. And then, you know, maybe Randy comes down. Perhaps the ref's down. Perhaps it's Cena and The Rock double teaming on Cody. Rather than bring out Stone Cold, I would bring out Randy. I'd have Randy come to Cody's aids. Randy and John going at it. So then it's 2-on-2. It's Cody and Randy. It's Rock and John. That then sets up the John-Randy match for Backlash. No title needed. And that's a monster match. Two of the biggest names we've ever seen. One of the biggest rivalries we've ever had. Going at it one last time. No belt needed. That's how I would book it. But the bookie's favorite is that it's going to be John Cena leaving with that title at WrestleMania. So lots to kind of get our teeth into with that one. It was a good question. But we're going to have to wait and see. And look, it's one of those, if they do put 17 on him at WrestleMania whilst he's a heel, I won't be crying about it. There won't be tears or anything like that, right? I mean, I'm very interested to see how they book this, because I've been very, very vocal about I wouldn't have done it, right? And I still stand by that. And so it's very interesting for me to look at something that I wouldn't have done to see, okay, well, it's happening, so let's see how it plays out, you know? And let's see kind of how they do it, and if the concerns that I have with it, whether they do come to fruition or not. And if we do go and put the title on him at WrestleMania and he wins number 17, I don't think that's a good thing. But I don't know. Let's have a look. Maybe other people do. Perhaps they do it and people love it. I mean, it's, you know, it'll be very interesting. Very interesting. So I can't answer if they're going to do it or not. The only thing I can tell you is that Cena is favorite according to the bookies. But, you know, what does that mean? What does that mean? That doesn't really mean a great deal, does it? But this is where, for me, you definitely pull the trigger with Cody and give him a win against someone that he's actually going in as an underdog as, which I don't think he's done since winning the title last year. So, Mr. Dell Jr., shout out to you, my friends. Hannah, hello. Hope you're doing well. Let's go over to Hannah, see what Hannah's saying.
Hannah WWE. Daze. Hoy, a historic episode of Raw tonight. Let's see how loud the Belgian crowd is.
Yeah.
As this show has the potential to blow your panties away.
Oh.
Shout out to the Timeout Tribal Chief, Daze. Lol.
Hannah, shout out to you. Yeah, we are in Belgium, and I really don't know what the crowd's going to be like. I've said before, I do think that football, soccer plays a big part when it comes to crowds, because over here in Europe, soccer, football is king. There are other sports. There's rugby, there's cricket, there's other things, right? But football, soccer is like the NFL in America, okay? So, you know, if you've got like good, passionate, vocal, noisy NFL crowds, if WWE goes to those locations, you probably have a bit more confidence that it's going to be a good crowd, right? Here, I can tell you that Italy, Spain, England, you know, your big countries, Germany, they're loud when it comes to football matches. When we play their teams on European games, it's bouncing, right? There's noise. It's, you know, passionate. There's a lot going on, right? Belgium is not a massive league, so I don't encounter or see matches featuring their teams loads. So it makes it hard to say kind of what their culture is like when it comes to attending sports and being vocal and all of that. I genuinely don't know. I feel like it's going to be good. I feel like that football culture is still going to be there, but it'd be a little bit like going to Switzerland in the sense of I don't really know how that would be. I don't really see too many Swiss teams very often. So I don't really know what the Swiss fans would be like. And I sort of feel the same with Belgium. Like, I don't see Belgium teams too often. So I don't really know what their fans are going to be like. But I knew with Spain, I knew that it was going to be bouncing. And I know with Italy, it is going to be bouncing, right? It's going to be chanting, singing. I know this. Belgium, I'm not sure. I'm probably expecting a slightly more diluted Spain. I'm probably expecting noise. I'm expecting, you know, energy. But I don't know that it's going to be France and Spain. But I also don't really know because I don't really have much to base it on. I'm only basing it on a few times I've seen Belgian fans. And they were fine. You know, they were noisy. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. There's lots of stuff to kind of look into and explore with this episode. Obviously, John Cena's taken up most of the conversation, but what is it going to be like in Belgium with the Belgian fans? Don't know. That'll be a talking point. Expectation-wise, it's going to be like Spain. It's going to be like France, but to a lesser extent. I do not see this crowd beating France. I don't see them beating Spain. But Spain were really good. I thought Spain really represented themselves very well. And honestly, I got tagged a few times in people saying I'm from the US and I feel like we're getting shown up. I mean, the only thing I would say to that is I wouldn't feel that way. You've got to remember that a lot of these countries are getting WWE TV shows, not for the first time, but for a long time, like certainly for this generation. And so this, you know, like this is historic. This is, you know, this is something that it brings out a national passion, a national kind of pride. I said, like, you can get to London easy from Europe. You know, people could get to London to get to Money in the Bank. You know, whenever they do big shows in London, it's always got like a bit of a international feel to it. It is largely people from the UK, but you see flags of other nations, right? And that's because it's nothing to jump on a plane and just fly to Italy, fly to Spain. It's a lot like the United States. You know, you can get from Florida to LA or LA to New York. That's the exact same as going from England to Netherlands, Netherlands to Spain, Spain to Italy. It's all on the flipping doorstep, right? It's all just a couple of hours flight away from each other. And so but it's different, isn't it? Imagine being Belgium, right? Belgium, and you now are going to actually have them come into your country. Like, that would stir something up in you, something different, national pride. Like, they are here. We're actually getting a Raw in our country, and that is gonna, really elevate things. So I don't know. Yeah, I think they'll be good. But this is why I wouldn't compare to US crowds, because US crowds get, WWE once, twice a year, every year. It's not the same, and a lot of stuff comes from the US, anyway. So I sort of, I don't know. It doesn't really feel fair to compare. Asib, shout out to you, buds.
Hazib Hassan. Daze, if you were booking, how would you turn Cena face? And when cussed this all feels rushed that he has to turn face before the end of the year, he ain't got a lot of dates.
Yeah, well, if I was giving it now, I would delay it, because I think I'm not a big fan of like heel face, heel face, heel face. Now, the reason why this has had so much impact is because Cena had been face for 22 years, something like this. I think the last time he was heel was like 2002, early 2003. I mean, you go in, I think before Thugonomics. It's been a long time. And this is the point I make quite a bit, is that the biggest thing you can do to someone is turn them face, turn them heel, because it changes their relationship with the crowd. I mean, you can change a gimmick, right? And that obviously changes a lot as well. It depends how big the gimmick change is. I mean, Chad Gable, going from Chad Gable to Shorty G was not that big of a change, actually. He was still himself. He just had a different name. But obviously, like Papa Shango eventually becoming Godfather, that's a massive change, right? So changing gimmicks is huge. But honestly, heel and face and your relationship with it changes so much. It changes your music, your gear, your presentation, your relationship with the fans. Plus also, your relationship with the fans, what you've got a lot happening now, and I was thinking about this the other day, you've got a lot of people coming out now going, signs were always there, I think there's a lot of content creators that want to present, not even content creators, I think just people in general. I think there's a lot of people that want to present to you that this was in the works for a long time, and that there was lots of clues along the years that this was going to happen. My belief is that they sat down at the end of last year and had a conversation, and, pretty much Triple H said this at the press conference. Look, we can just do the thanks a lot, it's brilliant, lovely seeing you, like, thank you for everything. We can do that for his final year. Or how about we do something that's not been done and we do the heel turn? And I don't believe that this is something that has seeds planted years and years and years ago. I believe this is something that was decided at the end of last year, and they decided to go with it. And, there was a rumor that The Rock wanted Cody to join him, and actually approached Cody, and Cody turned it down. Don't know if that's true, but the rumor is The Rock wanted Cody to turn heel, for real, wanted him to turn heel. Cody said he didn't want to do that, and John Cena was then plan B, right? So there's that rumor doing the rounds. And go and watch the press conference after Elimination Chamber and watch Triple H's comments. That's what made me believe that this was kind of agreed at some point last year, right? But I think there's a lot of people out there that want to present that this has been in the works for a long time, and that actually, guys, look at this. He was showing a heel tendency 10 years ago. Look, he showed there was a darkness to him here, and a darkness to him here, and a darkness to him here, and do you know what I mean? I see loads of those kind of comments on X. I see loads of that stuff doing the rounds, and people eat it up because people don't want to feel like they ever missed out on anything. I think it's a load of nonsense. I think all of that's nonsense. But the reason why I bring this up is because if he always was heel, or like always add like a heel tendency inside. Like, we should have known. We should have known all along. The clues were there. What are these people going to say when he turns back face? Like, if people are going around now going, oh, he always showed like a heel tendency. Okay, but when he turns back face at the end of the year, what are you going to say? What are you going to say then? Because there's a conversation that I've seen sort of doing the rounds that he's never been right. He's always shown a darkness and all this kind of stuff. The truth of the matter is, everyone's got good and bad in them. That's the truth of the matter, isn't it? That's life. Everyone's got the ability to do good or bad things. I could go on a murdering spree, couldn't I? I mean, I don't plan on, but like, everyone's got flipping the ability to do that. Everyone gets tired. Everyone gets frustrated. Everyone has bad moments, bad days. I don't see any kind of big, oh, I can't believe we missed this clue when it comes to Cena. It'll be very interesting to hear what he has to say and what his character is going to say, right? But yeah, I think we do have to turn him back face by the end of the year. I don't think that you have him go into his last match as a heel and cheat and all that kind of stuff. Because even if he retires as a heel, once that bell has sounded and he is alone in the ring, he will be applauded and thanked by the fans, right? But for him, I'm sure he would give a wave or something, or just a moment, and then he would walk away. But I think it would be a shame to kind of go into that final moment as a heel. I certainly think it would be a shame to throw away him winning 17 as a heel, and I would turn him face, but I would leave it really, really late. And, I would actually have it so that maybe the fact he's not won 17 as a heel has shown to him that he made the wrong choice. Perhaps ultimately we can turn this into a bit of a life lesson of like, don't try and take shortcuts, kids. Because do you remember John Cena did, and it didn't work. He tried to join up with The Rock so that he could get 17. Because I think he's going to come out and say, look, I had to. I've not won a match, a singles match, in 2,000 days. Like, I need this for my legacy. And I know the best way I can get it is by joining The Rock. I would imagine he'll go with something like that. That's what I would go with. Because he said it in his first promo. And I wonder if that was him telling us kind of where his mind's at. Because at Netflix premiere, he said about, I know you want me to go for 17, but guys, I'm on a streak, and it's not a good one. I've not won a singles match in over 2,000 whatever days, right? And I wonder if, like, in his mind, it was like, I need to join up with The Rock, because if I go into this last year without doing that, I ain't winning 17. But what if he joins The Rock and he still doesn't get 17? And it shows him that, taking a shortcut or trying to do what he's done here was not right. And you can easily flip it and say, I lost myself. Time away from you guys, being in Hollywood, like, I'm sorry, blah, 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 all this stuff, Have him turn on The Rock. Have him stand up for himself. People will go crazy. Have him apologize. Have him go into that final run as a babyface. I'd probably give him maybe have him turn on The Rock at Survivor Series. And I don't know how many dates he'll be able to work after Survivor Series. If we can get like 3, that would be great. Because I think then you might be looking at like one last match. I would probably turn him with just one final match to go, something like that. And I might even be super tempted to have it where it's for the title. It's for the title. And it's his last match. And if he wins, he's going to forfeit the belt. If he loses, well then, it wasn't meant to be. And I would have him win it. become champion in his last match, forfeit the title, winner of the Rumble gets the belt. Because I think the Rumble's in Saudi Arabia, and that makes the Rumble a lot bigger, doesn't it? The winner of the Rumble becomes champion. I mean, that's always exciting. So I would do that. Winner of the Rumble becomes the new champion to crown the, does mean that we'll be without a champ for a month or so, but you can just have a lot of superstars really excited about the opportunity that awaits now. Winner of the Rumble becomes WWE champion, or even if it's the World Heavyweight Championship, doesn't really matter. I would look at something like that. So I think I'd put all my eggs into one basket. Why not? Just go bonkers at the end of the year. So just go bonkers. That way he can win 17 as a face. Some people will be a bit down on the fact he never had a run with it. That's okay. So you can't have your cake and eat it. I don't mind that. I don't mind that he's not had a run, because he can still have a lot of matches in this final year. And meaningful matches as well. Him and Punk can happen. Him and Randy can happen. Like, him and Cody is going to happen. So lots of meaningful matches this year. But yeah, I think I'd leave it super, super late now. Because I don't like the face, heel. I don't like it. I don't like flip-flopping around. You've turned him heel. So now let's dig into that. Let's explore that. That's not just a WrestleMania thing for me. You've just done something huge. You can't abandon it at WrestleMania in a few weeks' time. That would be stupid. Like, you keep this going. You dig into it. You explore it. What's he like backstage? What's he like interacting with people? What's he like interacting with the fans? I would keep digging into it and keep exploring it, and let's try and flesh it out a little bit rather than just because I think if you turn him back at WrestleMania, this little heel turn will be remembered as exactly that. It'll be remembered as just a little heel turn. Do you remember that little heel turn that John Cena did back in his final year? And I think the impact of it is bigger than that. I would make it bigger. I wouldn't have done it at all, but now that we're here, I would stick to it. Darwin, really appreciate the support, my friend. So kind. Darwin is so supportive, and Darwin, you don't need to keep firing in these kind of super chats, buds. It really is appreciated, but I don't want you to feel like you have to do this. But shout out to you, my friends. Let's see what Darwin's got to say.
Delwyn Jones. I am so hyped for tonight. Raw to see Cody Cena promo battle is going to feed generations. Cena is one of my childhood, and to see him the villain fully heel, one time ever, it's going to be wild and fun. If you Cena now would have changed something up heel like music, gear.
Yeah, Darwin, shout out to you, my friend. This has been the big talking point. What do you do with John Cena? For me, I think you change everything. I don't see the point in turning him heel and just not exploring everything. Hence why I said, let's dig into this. Don't give me just a few heel John Cena promos against Cody. I want to see what heel Cena's like against Randy, against Punk. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to dig into it now. I don't want to abandon it just by WrestleMania. So I would lean into it. Yeah, new Titantron, new music, new gear, everything, new catchphrase. I wouldn't have like "you can't see me" change to "you can see me now" or something like. I wouldn't do that. I would give him a new, just completely new catchphrase. No slowing down or whatever, right? I feel like give him something completely different. And I don't mind that bad man track that everyone's got excited about. I like that. I think that's good. That's off his album from like 2005. I think his album came out that had "You Can't See Me" on as well. So people have kind of got excited about that track. I don't mind if they go with that. To be honest, it's cool. But yeah, I hope he doesn't get Def Rebelled. I definitely don't want that. This is too important. I don't want Cena's heel theme being mid, right? like, hopefully, if it is Def Rebel that's still providing music, and I think it is, hopefully they've got like a stash of like special stuff, stuff that's like, oh, this gets saved for like something huge. We don't just give this out to some newcomer. Like, this is top tier stuff. Hopefully they've got something like that where that they can give Cena if we don't go with that Bad Man track, But yeah, Delwyn, everything. I would change everything, and I would dig into it because again, like, hearing a couple of heel Cena promos will be fun, but they're all going to be aimed at the same person. And I mean, I've got to think that there'll be a few shots at Dusty, and there'll be stuff like, I'm embarrassed that you're the person that's kind of taken over from me. It's all, if he does it right and targets, which he will because it's flipping John Cena, and targets Cody, then it's going to be quite Cody specific. I want to see what he would have to say to a Randy Orton as a heel. I want to see what he would have to say to a CM Punk as a heel. I want to see a few John Cena heel promos rather than just ones that are aimed at Cody and that's it. That was the run, Again, I think you run the risk of this thing being remembered as like, do you remember that little heel turn John did? Because if you end it at WrestleMania, that's how it's going to be remembered. Do you remember that little heel turn? Do you remember that moment when John turned heel? Like, and then they flipped him back at WrestleMania. Like, there's just not much time, is there? There's just not much time. And we do have like limited dates. He is still, he hasn't really worked that many dates this year. So he's still got the vast majority of like his 30 odd dates that he's still got to do. So definitely there's an opportunity there to get, a good chunk of John Cena as a heel. But yeah, this is why I wouldn't abandon it at WrestleMania. So Dalwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. And as I said, you don't have to do it. It keeps the lights on and it really is appreciated. But yeah, I'm right with you. I'm very excited to see how he gets presented on this show. I think they're going to make you wait, though. I think there'll be shots of a locker room door with security standing in front of it. And I think they're going to make you wait until much later in the show to actually see what he looks like, what he's wearing, all that kind of stuff.
What's up, Daze? How are you doing, man?
Doing good. Usable Cushion 4. Shout out to you, my friends. Doing good. I hope you're well. It's lovely to see so many people around for such an early stream. To be honest with you, I'm normally still asleep by this point. So, yeah. I know that there's people joining us that are maybe watching at school or at work or booked the day off. People told me they were getting half days for this and all of that stuff. So, yeah, interesting. I hope people are able to enjoy it. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if people were watching just waiting for Cena and like keep coming back to it. I will make sure that we've got it down, what's actually happening, to try and help people as much as possible. Delwyn.
Cena could be short-term plan heel after SummerSlam.
Could turn him after SummerSlam. Yeah, I mean, it's hard because SummerSlam this year is very, very early August. So that would be better than turning him at WrestleMania, in my opinion. That gives you more time. So, yeah, you could do it there. I think at least get to SummerSlam. And then I would probably look to get to Survivor Series, personally, get to November. But early August, I would say get to there at least. And then you've probably done 3 feuds, including Cody. I would imagine that you do Cody at WrestleMania. Maybe Cena moves on to Randy after. That would be great if he did. And then maybe you've got another one building up to SummerSlam. Maybe you could get another 2 in. Maybe you could do one, end it quite quick, and then start the build for SummerSlam. So, I mean, we can't really stick on people too long because he's only got so many dates and there's so many people that want to work with John. that you really can't have like long, never-ending feuds. It can't be that he like faces Cody again. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want Cody Cena to face again at Backlash, because for me, there's too many matches that I want. There's too many people that I want to see John going up against in this final year. I don't want to just keep spending dates on the same person. So do the Cody match at Mania. What will be. And then I would move on to Randy and sort that program. And then once we're past Backlash, we move on to the next person. So that would, by SummerSlam, you might have done, say, 4 at a push. Different feuds against different people, including the Cody one and the Randy one. So that would be okay. That would have given me a few different opponents, few different promos. That would be okay. But I really wouldn't end it before them, personally. Right, Sick Horror Kingman, shout out to you, buds. Let's see what is being said.
Thesic Horror Kingman. Daze, I have to disagree with you. If he loses heel, why would it turn him? And who give a damn about fans cheering for him? They booed the man half his wrestling career. We don't have long with him.
I have to disagree. If he loses as a heel, why would you turn him? And who gives a damn about fans cheering? They booed the man half his career. We don't have long with him. Well, I would say it was always split until he sort of stepped away, and then it became pretty unanimous, actually. Do you remember him standing in Money in the Bank in London with people singing his song, and it being like people were then actually united behind him? It's one of those where when he was competing back in the day, he got split reactions. Let's go Cena, Cena sucks. Everyone knows that chant, right? And it's very reminiscent of the kind of reaction Cody gets. I mean, if you look online, lots of people want Cody's title reign to end, but then you've got a lot of kids and a lot of Cody fans that want it to continue. It's sort of part and parcel of being the man. It's sort of part and parcel of being the guy. You get pushed so much. I mean, there's people in our community that was sick of Roman Reigns, part-time champion. Never used to win matches, always used to have the bloodline helping him. And there was people that were sick of that. So when it came to John Cena and his run, John always got like split reactions, but I would counter that by saying that's pretty standard for when you are the guy and you are being pushed and you are being booked so strong. So I don't see that as an indicator that like everyone hated John. That's just not true. The amount of merch that he sold, the reason as to why WWE stuck with him was because he was the guy. He was getting all the views. He was the right person to be kept as champion. In regards to, what was the other point? Who gives a damn about fans cheering him? They booed him. We just answered that one. If he loses as a heel, why turn him? I explained that. So, for example, why Cena turned because, or in my mind, he turned because he hadn't won a match in 2,000 days. And if he wants number 17, this is how he feels that he's going to get it. So he's turned heel, he's joined up with The Rock. But what if The Rock interferes and gets in the way and costs Cena? And it's not working? Who's to say that their chemistry, their dynamic is going to be a successful one? And also, you can always go with the message of don't cut corners, kids. John Cena has always been someone that's kind of told people never give up, hustle, loyalty, respect. He's always had a message for the audience. What if the message this time is don't cut corners? Because if you do, it ain't going to work out the way you hope. I turned heel. I tried to cut a corner. I tried to have The Rock help me get to 17. It didn't succeed. And it doesn't matter that he fails at WrestleMania. It doesn't make the heel turn a waste of time. The heel turn has already achieved what it needed to achieve. It's already proven itself. Like, the reaction to John Cena turning heel was way bigger than I expected. in my mind, Cena's on his final lap. Cena's saying, thank you, everyone. It's been brilliant. Really appreciate it. Turning Cena heel now, to me, feels like so late in the day. It feels like he's had his career and we're doing this just because it's now or never, right? So to me, it's like it was shocking, but it was shocking because I didn't think they would do it. And so I was shocked, right? But for me, like, it just feels like it's so late in the day to actually do this. Like, we've only got this year. To our knowledge, he's still stepping away at the end of the year. We know he's only working limited dates. He's trying to get number 17. Why do we want him to have 17 and get booed out the building? That doesn't make any sense to me. You're sacrificing a real historic moment. The person that becomes the person that has the most world title wins ever is going to achieve that whilst being booed by the fans. That is not going to make that moment like a big celebratory moment. Like, you are kind of really throwing that moment away. And maybe they've chosen to throw that moment away because the heel turn was the bigger moment, but you can have both. And that would be to turn John face again before getting 17. So for me, like, I have to disagree with your disagreements because I don't think that everyone was booing him in the past. It was always a split reaction. And I don't think the heel turn will be wasted if he loses at WrestleMania, because I think the heel turn has already achieved way more than I expected. It's made so much noise. It's got so much attention. I mean, everyone was talking about, even those fans that are casual fans that don't normally like tune in. Like, everyone was talking. Other sports were talking about it. Baseball were talking about it. Like, it's already shown its worth. It's already got everyone talking about wrestling and people that don't normally watch. So the idea that if Cena loses at WrestleMania, the heel turn was pointless that's not going to wash, because it's already achieved way more than I expected it to. It's already been bigger. So yeah, for me, I would keep going with Cody. Cody is the person that is the quarterback. Cody is the person that is this generation Cena. That's the point you made the other day. The next one doesn't look like the last one. Don't think that the next John Cena is going to look like John Cena, because it doesn't always work that way. And so, we are at the point where the next one is Cody Rhodes, and he needs to get wins on big stages. He needs to be picking up wins against the odds. If you win matches that you're expected to win, then that doesn't really do a great deal for your legacy. I mean, granted, Cody, I think this is where I disagree with people. Cody has had really great matches and has added to his legacy with a 5-star match against AJ Styles at Backlash. He's added to his legacy with a 5-star match against Kevin Owens at the Royal Rumble, and great matches against Kevin before that as well. His rematch with AJ Styles, really good as well. I forget what show that was on, but it was like a street fight match, the rematch. He did Backlash, and then he did another match with AJ. And I enjoyed the rematch as well. The first one, though, incredible. Meltzer, I believe, giving that 5 stars. Meltzer giving the Royal Rumble match against Kevin 5 stars. So this is where I disagree with people when people are like, Cody's, we need to get the belt off him, because I look at what Cody does, and for me, he is really making the most of the creative he's given. You put him in a feud with AJ Styles after he won the title. What is he meant to do with that? Because no one expected AJ to win that title. So what did he do? Well, he went out and put on a 5-star match. Something which is very, very rare in WWE. If you go back and look on the main roster at the amount of 5-star matches that there's been awarded by Dave Meltzer, which I know people are going to be like, Dave Meltzer, blah, blah, blah. But it is so rare to see that, to see a 5-star match. Like, you have to just applaud AJ Styles and Cody for delivering that. And his match quality has been really high. The solo match didn't work, right? It was just a way of bringing Roman back, really. So the solo match didn't work. The tag match with him and like Roman was throwaway. And, for me, this is just bad creative. We're actually at a point now where he's going to go into a match where he's not favorite, according to the bookies. To me, this just ain't the time to have Cody lose. This just isn't the time to sort of have Cody lose and have your new John Cena, your new quarterback, the face of this generation. I know you can argue it's Roman, but it's Cody that has the belt right now. And it's Cody that's working the full-time schedule. Roman's working the part-time schedule. So for me, this is where you invest in your current guy. And this is where, you actually give him a win at WrestleMania in a match where he's not expected to win. And this is what Cody has been looking for. So for me, that's just another reason as to why I would go that way. So no one's going to agree on everything. And that's fine. I welcome all other opinions and points. I'm not saying that Six Horror Kingman is wrong. We just disagree. That's all. And that's fine. Where are we time-wise? We've got 50-odd minutes. So, Six Horror Kingman, shout out to you, buds. I enjoyed digging into your points there, and I've no doubt that you still won't agree with my position, and that's absolutely fine. That is absolutely fine. I don't need people to agree. I just know how I feel and why I feel that way, and I can back it up with reasonings, just like how I'm sure your counterpoints would be backed up with reasonings as well. Skittles, shout out to you.
Skittles. I think this is going to be the most I'm going to cheer for Cena in 20 years. Hope for the new theme.
Yeah, well, the Bad Bad Man thing was doing the rounds, wasn't it? I mean, if you've not heard that, it was a track off his album from 20-odd years ago, and it's got the lines of, I'm a bad, bad man and all that kind of stuff. And so I think it's going to be, hopefully something like that. People really do want it to be that theme. That's played very well on social media, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I don't know that they're going to use that. That I think, according to the IWC, is their front runner, but who knows? Def Rebel might have something pretty tasty up their sleeve. It's about time they did, so we'll have to wait and see. I would not give you that this week, though, because I think that's something people are waiting for. I don't know if I wouldn't make you wait till WrestleMania, actually. I might give you the outfit that Cena's going to wear, right? Yeah, I mean, it could be a suit, but I would give you the outfit he's going to wear this week. And I don't know how much more I'd give you than that, to be honest. And that would be the talking point is, well, did you see what he was wearing? And then next week, I might give you the promo. So it might be that I give you the outfit and the promo next week. Week after that, I might give you him with The Rock. So you get a promo, you get him in a suit, and you get The Rock. And honestly, I might string it out so you don't get the music until WrestleMania. Because I feel like that is something people are really waiting for. That is going to be a monster talking point. What is the music going to be? What is the new heel theme going to be? It's weird, isn't it, that is such a major factor, but it is a major factor. And so I would really delay it as late as I could. But what I would do and what they would do are very different things at times. So you could get everything today. So we'll have to wait and see. But Darwin, shout out to you, bud. Mackenzie says, been a member for 3 months. Let's go. Mackenzie, shout out to you, dudes. Let's go here. Curtis says, Evening Daze. This is going to be a great few weeks for the UK. Yeah, great for our UK friends. Not so great for our American friends. It's difficult because America's the biggest audience. So it's difficult. I feel like in America, there's a lot of people that, they have to be at work. They have to be at school. I do feel sorry for them. Saying that, though, in the UK, the show's there in the middle of the night. So, week after week after week, the UK people can't stay up and watch. A lot of kids have to watch the next day and try and avoid spoilers. The only thing I'd say, though, is that you kind of get used to it, it being on at 1, you just sort of make it work. You find a way, and that's just how you watch it. It's just life. So it is nice that people in Europe get it at a more reasonable time. But then, of course, if we benefit, America suffers. So I don't know. It's one of those, isn't it? It's one of those. I don't really favour either. I mean, I think for me personally, I'd rather it be its normal time because that way it doesn't disrupt the streams. Maybe, though, there's people joining us that can't normally join us. So hello. Lovely to see you. Hope everyone's well. So, yeah, I suppose in a way it's nice to potentially reach some people we don't normally reach. But, I kind of feel like, I don't know, I don't like change. I'm a boomer. I'm an old boomer. I just like streaming at the same time and all that kind of stuff. But, hey, we got to get used to this. I think TKO have shown themselves to be very internationally thinking. They are with UFC, and I think we've got to get used to it in regards to WWE now as well.
Mackenzie Scoose. What if Black's vignette is a countdown to debut?
Yeah, it could be. We had a 4, didn't we? So it could be next time we see it, it's 3. There's been a few theories on that. Some people are thinking it's a countdown. Some people are thinking that it's pointing to the 4th of April. Some people are thinking that it connects to an old promo that he was talking about for something. That one is my least favourite one, to be honest. Some people are thinking that it's going to be his 4th reincarnation. So apparently he was Tommy End, then he was Aleister Black, then he was Malachi Black, and now is this going to be the 4th version of him? But it could be a countdown. It could be that next time we see it, yes, it is going to be number 3. What there is, I think, little doubt on is that it's Aleister Black. So it feels like he's on the way. That's the big headline, isn't it? So whatever this is, this 4 thing that's got people talking. There's some theories out there, but there's nothing to back anything up at the moment. We don't really have much in the way of like anything to get our teeth into. It's just a number 4, and people are going, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Like, we need a little bit more, don't we? So it'll be very interesting on Friday when we get that next one, because if it is a countdown, then it should be number 3, shouldn't it? If it says 4 again, then we can start whittling away a few theories. Or if it says 3, then we can start whittling away a few theories. So that next one's going to be very interesting on Friday.
The Sarge TJC. R-Truth will cop a beating tonight, that's my prediction. I feel like it might come from Rhodes, because Truth will try talk Cody down, Truth joins Cena.
Sarge, shout out to you, buds. I don't know what they're going to do with Truth. I mean, I know what I would do, and that is I'd keep him comedy because he is very good at comedy, and he is someone that's... I mean, Cena's not around that much. He's going to work 30-odd dates. So you can have R-Truth kind of going around acting like a heel Cena, acting like a heel, right? But he's going to have to do a lot of stuff on his own. And I don't know that Cena wants anything to do with Truth. The idea that they're going to like join forces now and everything, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of, I'll be very, I don't know if R-Truth is going to just be heartbroken, right? And just act all glum about it. Or the way I would go is I would have him acting heel, but not really being heel. You know, just like acting a bit like a kid that's been inspired by John. You know, he's going to walk around now acting like pushing people around, but after he does it, he apologizes. Kind of barges into them and like they knock their coffee a bit or something. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." And then he'll go up to someone else and knock some papers out their hands, but then apologize for it. I could see him doing that. Like, he doesn't want to be heel, but because Cena's turned, he's got to turn. And I think there could be some comedy there for him. So I don't know. You're thinking that he might join with Cena. It'd be interesting, but I don't know. I struggle to see it because Cena will be around for a bit now, but obviously he's got to build his match with Cody, isn't he? I don't know that he's going to have time to really faff around with R-Truth. I think he's going to need to build his match with Cody, and I don't know, like, that they've got big plans for R-Truth. R-Truth's kind of like the comedy guy, isn't he? But I agree with you. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do with R-Truth, because everyone knows that Cena was his childhood hero. And everyone knows that, like, he's been really down, and ask him why John why on social media. To be honest, I don't know if he's even gone on to this tour. There's maybe he has. I don't know. I haven't seen him or heard about him going on the tour, but I could see him being used at house shows, live events, and whatnot. So he absolutely could be on the tour. But yeah, that's how I would use it. I know what I would do with him, but what they're gonna do, it'll be interesting. So, and that's what Sarge would do. He would. What did you say? You'd have him joining up with Cena. Interesting. Michael, shout out to you.
Michael Schuyler. The only way this works, someone has to screw Cody. Cody loses at Mania, but because someone turns, then it can distract him like Brock did a few years ago, and Cena can go do his heel run.
Can go that way, yeah. I mean, as I said, I would have Cody win. I think Cody is the person to invest in. I think Cena's on his farewell year. I think Cena is going to get like a heel run out of this now. So you're going to get what you want from this, which is a heel John, right? I wouldn't flip it back at WrestleMania. I think heel John against face Randy is interesting. So I would look to move on to that. I think heel Cena against face CM Punk is very interesting. I would definitely look to do that. Maybe SummerSlam. So I feel like there are interesting matches for John to have as a heel. So I would, now that we've done it, I would stick with it and, like, you know, see where we get with it. But I still stand by the fact that he doesn't need the title for those feuds. You know, it's John Cena, like, on his final run. It's, you know, any Cena match this year is going to be noteworthy. Any Cena match this year is, I need to watch that, right? Everyone's going to want to see it because it's going to be big name opponents. So, you know, it's going to be, I mean, you'll do the occasional Bron Breaker. I'm sure you'll do a Bron Breaker at some point, whatever, but I've got to think it's going to be Cody, Randy, Punk, maybe Seth. It's going to be those kind of, maybe an AJ Styles if we can fit it in. It's going to be like decent sized names. But I just really don't think that the belt's needed. I really don't. I really don't think you need to have the title involved in those, because I think it's John Cena in his last year. It's got a little bit of that sort of Undertaker vibe to it, in the sense of Undertaker never needed the belt at WrestleMania. He had the streak. And so people used to tune in to see his match, to see, is this the streak's going to be beaten? And I sort of feel like Cena doesn't have the streak, but what he does have is crazy star power. And he's turned heel. He's got The Rock by his side. And people are going to want to see whatever he does in 2025. So can Cody get screwed? Yep, he can get screwed. But I ain't changing my mind on this one. Like, Cena don't need that belt at WrestleMania. in my mind, it's Cody that needs that win more because he is the quarterback of this generation. Cena is a massive star, and whatever he does this year is going to have eyeballs on it. And so you've got an opportunity to build Cody with a big win against Cena. Cena can easily lose due to shenanigans, due to The Rock, due to Randy getting involved, which would set up the Randy match afterwards. And I would really, really delay that 17th title win until Cena becomes face so that it can be celebrated more. But he is favourite. And at the moment, the bookies think Cena's going to get the win. So if he does, I've got to think it is because of what you've said there, outside interference. I would have to think that. I don't think they would have Cena beat Cody clean. And certainly not when he's a heel as well. So, yeah, it could go the way you're saying, Michael. I'm not saying that it's not going to go that way. If he is to get the win, then I think that it could be shenanigans. I think we're going to get shenanigans anyway, to be honest. Whatever goes down at WrestleMania, I think there will be shenanigans. We had shenanigans at the end of WrestleMania 40, didn't we? Lots of shenanigans. And a lot of people are thinking that Stone Cold could even get involved this year. So we haven't even spoke about Stone Cold and about how he could potentially get involved. That could be kind of interesting. I mean, to be honest with you, if there is a third person that's going to join up with The Rock and Cena, then you could make the argument that not only will we need Randy Orton to come down and help Cody, we may also need Stone Cold. And I wonder if that's part of the strategy. I wonder if that could be part of the plan, that Cena has help from The Rock and this third person, if there is to be a third person, which then would open up the door for a couple of people to come and help Cody. So, yeah. Hard to know what they're going to do, to be honest, but as I keep saying, I know that Cena is favourite. I don't think he's favourite by loads. I think it was like, last time I saw it, I think it was like minus 250. I could be getting confused with some other odds. I've seen a lot of odds over the weeks because UFC's all odds. I think it was about minus 250. It was certainly was not like a minus 2,000. It was not like, oh my God, it's guaranteed. He was like slight favourite. He had a slight edge in the bookies odds. Tony, shout out to you.
Tony Graves of Babyberry. Good morning, Daze. Do we think Cena could be running with Punk's advice to Cody? He's getting in close with The Rock, getting it all, then turning on him and taking him down. Have a great chat.
Hello, Tony. Mombi of Babyberry. Do we think Cena could be running with Punk's advice to Cody? He's getting in close with The Rock, getting it all, then turning on him to take him down. Have a great chat. Yeah, it's a really good thought that this is Cena playing a bit of a game in the sense of getting in, you know, he's seen how The Rock was last year, and he's decided that this year the best way to end this year is by, you know, doing one last final good thing, which we at the moment think is a bad thing. But that final good thing could be to bring down the final boss. It could be that John reveals that this was a plan all along, and, you know, I'm sorry for what happened at Elimination Chamber and what happened, Cody, but, you know, the bigger strategy here was to try and bring down the final boss before I walked away to make this a better place. I think that's a really good shout. I think it's a really, really good shout, Tony. That it could be that Cena's playing chess when we're just looking at checkers, and that actually he is doing something bigger than what this seems at the moment. There is a way forward where they can do that. I would say that's quite a complicated story to tell. I would say that that's one where you're like, I really like the concepts, because then it means that he was never really heel. We kind of had him as a heel. We saw what he would have been like as a heel. But was he really heel? Was he really heel? you still get the heel turn moment where everyone was shocked. You've had it, right? And it's been allowed to breathe. And you're now going to have him as a heel building up to WrestleMania. But does he turn around and sort of show that this was just a strategy? This was just a plan? I mean, if that is the case, and he never really turned heel, and it was all just a trap for the final boss, I suppose then that could play out at WrestleMania, couldn't it? That's not one that needs to go on and on. The only thing I'd say, though, is that now that he is heel, or, you know, pretending to be heel, I would still like to see what he would be like as a heel with Randy. And I'd still like to see what he'd be like as a heel with Punk. I still sort of stand by what I said earlier, which is now that he is heel or pretending to be heel, I think we've got an opportunity to see a few different John Cena heel promos against different people. So I think even if he's pretending, I'd still be inclined to kind of stick with the pretense and have it play out maybe SummerSlam instead, you know? What would be really great is, and I know people are going to disagree with this, and again, I don't care. What would be really great is if he's decided that this year, the most important thing he can do is not win 17, right? It's not win 17. He's happy with where he is. He's happy with sharing the record with Ric Flair. If he gets 17, brilliant. But that's not his focus for the first part of his farewell. There's something bigger that bothers him. Something bigger than 17. And that is bringing down the final boss, right? Let's just say that is where his head's at, right? I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, let's say that's his mindset. His mindset is, I want to bring down the final boss. I want to help my old friend Cody Rhodes. He shouldn't have to put up with this. Like, I tried to get rid of The Rock back at 28 and 29. And I thought that we had got to a point where Rock was quite humble and where Rock was a force for good. So to see him come back and be the opposite of that showed me that there's something bigger than winning 17. I need to put my old friend back in check, right? And so what if he goes at WrestleMania and there's like a choice that Cena has to make, and it's like he either wins the title or he saves The Rock or something like that, right? And he chooses to save The Rock. And in retrospect, you know, it could be revealed the reason why he made that choice was because he wanted to, he didn't want to get 17 in that moment. He didn't want to take it away from Cody. His goal was to keep the pretense up and to bring The Rock down. Don't know how I feel about it, but I kind of like the idea that there is something that he's doing that's a secret mission that we don't know about and that he's trying to achieve something. The only problem is, though, it would make you look at that WrestleMania main event a bit different, wouldn't it? Because it would sort of suggest then that he was never really trying to beat Cody. And I don't know about you, that's not great for a WrestleMania main event. That's the issue I have with it, is that if he's gone undercover to try and bring The Rock down, which makes total sense in my mind, I can see that as a logical reasoning, right? Totally on board with that. No problems whatsoever. The thing is, he's still got a match with Cody where he's trying to get the title off Cody. So how do you balance that with trying to bring The Rock down? You're trying to bring The Rock down, but you've joined up with him, and now he's going to help you win a title. He's going to help you. I mean, if you turn around to Cody and go, listen, I'm really sorry that I took the title off you at WrestleMania. It was all part of a bigger plan to bring The Rock down. If I was Cody, I'd be like, well, your plan sucked. I mean, if your plan involves me losing the WWE Championship, something I've worked my whole life for, something that was a massive moment, and that was part of your plan, was that I had to lose the belt in order for that sucked. You had a rubbish plan. So I think trying to get those two things to balance, I really like the idea that he's trying to bring The Rock down. I have no issue with that. But trying to balance it with, like, you know, not taking the title off of Cody, that's tricky. That one might be good for like an opinion video to kind of flesh out and see what people think on that. Right, let's get to other thoughts. So, Tony, shout out to you. Certainly something to dig into there. It's Bryn again, said, I'm forever grateful to be a member of this community. It's Bryn again. Shout out to you, dudes. Appreciate the kind words. Monkey Boy, shout out to you, my friends. Metal Mama said, Glum Girl here. Love you all. Check DM sometime. Metal Mama, shout out to you. I will try and catch up with some DMs. I mean, I'm no good at DMs, as people know. It takes all my time to keep up with notifications, so I don't get a chance to go into DMs. But I will. I'll jump in there after the stream, but so I would say hope things are well, but it doesn't sound like things are. But shout out to you, Metal Mama. You do great work. Bob Boyd said Cena win in 17 as a heel and then maybe 18 as a face. Bob, shout out to you. Anthony said Stone Cold is doing a meet and greet as well. Yeah, he is going to be there. That's a good shout, Anthony. Stone Cold is going to be there. And I think there's a good chance that he comes and helps Cody. I think that I of everything we've discussed, I really like the idea of Rock, Cena, and a third person against, like, Cody. Cody getting beaten down. Referee's been knocked out. He's out cold. Another referee has come down. Rock's warned him away. Told him, you stay out. I mean, like, do you remember that? Rock was having a go at the ref last year in the main event of night one. Telling him, like, I'm in charge here and all that kind of stuff. I like the idea of The Rock flexing his power, screwing Cody over. Cody's going to get screwed. Whether he gets screwed to the point where he loses the title, that's what we're debating. But I like the idea of Stone Cold coming down to Cody's aid. I like the idea of Randy coming down to Cody's aid. Those are two people that didn't come to his aid last year. Which is good because last year we had Seth, we had Jay, we had Cena, ironically. We had Undertaker. So it would be nice actually to get some more legends kind of showing their support for Cody. This time in the shape of Randy and Stone Cold. So I like that. It kind of ties in nicely with last year and it evens the odds and it's just so happens to be the greatest rivals of both guys. I'd say Cena's greatest rival was Randy. And I'd say Stone Cold's greatest rival is The Rock. And so it just fits perfectly. So I would absolutely go down those roads. I do still like Tony's point, though, about, like, Cena not really being heel, but just pretending to be heel so he could bring The Rock down. The only thing is, though, I would feel like after talking about it on the stream with you guys, I would feel like he would have to probably play that out before WrestleMania and then go into WrestleMania as a face, which I wouldn't do. I think it's just going to be really hard to kind of balance him trying to bring The Rock down with also him being in a match for Cody's championship, you know. I'm struggling with that bit. But yeah, I agree. Stone Cold doing that meet and greet means that he will be in the area. And I think he also said, if Cody needs me, I'll be there. So it's just a case of, are they going to book it? Are they going to book it? I think people would love to see it. I think people would love to see Stone Cold coming down to the ring and getting involved. People were hoping for that last year. We never got it. We were meant to, but instead it didn't happen. I think there was family issues, family reasons, and so we got The Undertaker instead. Sib Streams, shout out to you, my friends. Let's go and see what Shib Streams is saying.
Shib Streams. Stone Cold did slip up recently on his channel by saying he wanted to get a GoPro to film his comeback.
Oh, really? Did he say that he wanted to get a GoPro to film his comeback? Interesting. Interesting.
Adam Kahn. Kevin Owens was right.
Adam, shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate the support, dudes. The Kevin Owens thing is interesting. In fact, the way they're presenting heels at the moment is interesting. They're trying to make heels like have more credible points. So I would say that you can certainly understand where Kevin is coming from with his frustration with Cody. Like, they tried to end my career, and you're here like teaming up with Roman as if nothing's wrong. You're reaching out to Jey Uso and bringing him over to Raw. Like, what's going on? Like, I can totally understand where Kevin is coming from on that. The only thing I would say is that as soon as Kevin attacked Cody, which was quite early in the feud, as soon as his frustrations boiled over and he started physically attacking Cody, he lost the argument in my mind. You know, if I'm friends with someone and there's a disagreement between us, that's one thing. But if they're gonna then physically attack me, you can't defend that then, right? That has gone too far. And so obviously they wanted Kevin to take things too far. They wanted Kevin to they wanted his frustrations to boil over. I think the core of what he was saying, I understand. And I get where he's coming from. Like, I think it's one of those where there's two sides to the story. People can see Cody's side, but there's an acceptance of what Kevin was saying. But as soon as he attacked Cody, he went too far. And of course, then package pile driving, Randy, package pile driving, Cody. Like, he went too far. And as a result, that's what kind of turned him heel. And that's why people, like, you know, booed him, and that's why people were on Cody's side. Had he have not gone that far, I think he might have actually remained babyface if he had not done the package pile drivers or attacked Cody. So the Kevin thing is interesting because it reminds me of the Drew thing. You know, Drew is coming out with similar points, saying like, you know, they cheated me. I don't understand why we're, you know, bowing down to Roman. I don't understand why Jay's coming over to Raw. Like, they're very, very similar, Kevin and Drew, with what they're saying. And you can sort of see where both are coming from. But I think they played the Kevin thing quite well. Because to me, he was a heel because he went too far, but the core point made sense. So it meant that you could boo him. But equally, it all fit within a story. And you could understand where Kevin was coming from. And you could understand why Kevin was feeling the way he was feeling. And it just added like a sense of, not realism, but it added logic. And it added a lot of good stuff to the story. It wasn't just, I'm attacking you now for the sake of it. You know, there was good reasoning behind everything. But I must admit, I mean, this whole heels making good points is fine if you present it the Kevin way, where he goes too far. So you go, okay, yeah, he makes a good point, but he's gone too far. But I think where you start muddying the waters and you start having people liking the heels and sympathizing with the heels, that starts to not make them heels. And I'm so tired of people telling me that the whole heel thing is done and that's not modern wrestling. What are you on about? What are you on about? Like, we have baby faces, we have heels. That's what the business is built on. That's still where the business is. And you can have tweeners. You can have people that are kind of in between. But I think it's a lot better when you have the babyface, you know, monster babyface that everyone loves. I mean, what is a babyface? A babyface is someone that people get behind. A babyface is someone that people support, that does things, you know, the right way. And the heel is the guy that cheats, but should be the guy that cheats that the crowd boo. If you're a good heel, you should be generating heat, and you should have the crowd booing you, and you should have the crowd against you. So really, we're talking about the good guy that people want to see win against the bad guy that people want to see lose. The idea that that is old, traditional, is not modern wrestling is stupid. Like, that is wrestling. That is wrestling. Wrestling is that battle. Good and evil. Good and bad. There is room for people in the middle, but I wouldn't want to see everyone moving into that space. I think if everyone moves into that space, you really do start getting a lot of grey. You know, I think the way I look at heels and faces is that it's kind of like black and white. They're polar opposites. And if you're a tweener, you're grey. Now, there's room for all three, but you don't want too much grey. You don't want everyone being just, well, you can cheer them or not cheer them. You can sort of, do you know what I mean? Like, no, not for me. Not for me. Like, it's better when the crowd are united behind someone. That's when you get Jey Uso entrances. That's when you get, like, Hogan Andre moments, you know? That's when you get Rock Hogan moments as well. I mean, it's just they got it the wrong way round. They thought that The Rock was going to be the babyface, but the live crowd let them know that it was Hogan that they wanted. And, you know, that's we're talking about some of the most magical moments. Think about Undertaker and, like, you know, when he was going up against people and, like, people were rooting for Undertaker and getting his streak, and he was taking on, like, heels, and yeah, brilliant. I love all of that kind of, I say tradition, but it just is the fabric of wrestling for me. The idea that we're moving away from that just because we're making the points that the heels make a little more credible. I think we're still a long, long way away from abandoning baby faces and heels. Hence the fact we've just seen one of the biggest heel turns we've ever seen, you know? Can't be abandoning it because we just had one of the biggest heel turns of all time. So lots to dig into with the whole Kevin is right stuff there, Adam. And yeah, shout out to you, dudes. Monkey Boy, let's read Monkey Boy's comments.
Monkey Boy. What's the difference between Damian Priest and W1? WD1 is over.
World War One. What's the difference between Damian Priest and World War One? World War One is over. And thankfully it is. It means we can make room for World War Three now. Chet, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. And let's go over to JP, shall we? See what JP's saying.
JPville. John Cena comes out to a Def Rebel meme song.
Ugh, I hope not. I mean, if it is to be Def Rebel, I hope it's a deep cut. I hope it's a really satisfying deep cut. I hope it's something that's got a, like, you know, top tier written all over it. I mean, I'm really looking for something that's special, and I know that many of you are as well. And yeah, I am worried about that. I mean, this is so important. I really think this is, dare I say, as big as whatever he's going to say. I feel like people are tuning in to see John, and it's not just what's John going to say. People genuinely want to know what's the music, what's the catchphrase, how does he interact with Stu, the cameraman? You know, we've always seen him talking to Stu. So how's he going to interact with Stu going forwards? What's he wearing? Is it the brightly coloured shirts? Does he still run down to the ring? I mean, the only thing I can say is that John said before he was going to change everything. He said before when he was going to be a heel that he was going to change everything. So that would say to me that he's not going to run to the ring. He's going to walk to the ring. He's not going to acknowledge Stu. He'll ignore Stu. Or maybe even, like, give Stu a bit of a dirty look. I don't know that he wears brightly coloured clothes. It could be a suit. It could be black, right? Whatever he had before could be the complete opposite this time. So, yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. But people are so excited to see what a heel Cena is going to look like. The music is so important that I just hope they don't drop the ball, man. I hope they don't botch it too bad. But Matthew said they're saying Cena will win the belt at Mania, keep it for a few months, then lose it back to Cody, says Matthew. Who's they? Who's they, bud? G Doggy Dog said, if you're going to have Travis Scott in your group, then you'd better have Travis Scott make your theme music, says G Doggy Dog. Well, that's true. That is a good point, actually. That is a good point. Maybe they do have Travis Scott providing the music. I think Travis would certainly be down for that. I mean, Travis provides the music for Raw, and I'm sure Travis has got something with some attitude behind it, you know? So, yeah, good point. The only thing I don't know is, was the Travis Scott thing... I don't know how much is in that group, you know? Was it that Travis Scott was a friend of The Rock who was at that show, and so they involved him? Or is it that Travis is like a part of this group? I'm sure he's an honorary member. Whatever this group is, I'm sure he's a part of it in some regard. But the point I'm making is, will he be with them at WrestleMania? Like, is he a permanent fixture in this group? I'm not sure. I don't know. Was that just because he was there for Elimination Chamber? Or is it that he is actually a part of this group? Like, is he the third member? I mean, word on the street is he's going to wrestle. So that would suggest to me he probably is. And he's going to, I would imagine, I mean, you can't make him face now. He's going to be heel. And he's probably going to be, like, I don't know, teaming with John in a tag team. I mean, I don't think you put him out there in a singles match. That does mean one of Cena's matches will be as a tag team, though. Which, don't know about you, I'm not desperate for. Unless you put him in there in a tag team with The Rock. But I don't think The Rock's getting ready for a tag match. I don't think The Rock's, like, training. I don't even know if The Rock's free. I'm certainly not expecting The Rock to be wrestling at Mania. But then saying that, if they bring in someone else to this group, that person could team with Travis Scott, couldn't they, at WrestleMania? You could still get Travis Scott match at Mania. It might be with this third person. Oof, lots. Oh my God, so many different ways to look at all of this.
Get the F out of my way, Stu.
Yeah. Get the F out of my way, Stu. Joshua, shout out to you. Fiendish Howdy. I don't think it read your name there, but shout out to you, my friends. We are very quickly running out of time. I'm pleased that we started. I wasn't sure whether to start a few hours before, but this is what we do. I mean, we just throw thoughts around, dig into things, share opinions, debate stuff. And I was like, I don't know if it's worth doing 2 hours before, because I don't know that too many people are going to be free and able to join us. But I mean, it's been brilliant. It's been great. I think there really is a buzz around, like, Cena and about what's going to happen. So I'm pleased we did.
Joshua Goulart, cool video. Daze. Why didn't John Cena turn heel last year's at WrestleMania 40 with The Rock when he brutal Cody and made him bleed?
Honestly, I don't think it was in the plans. I don't think it was the plan. I don't think they thought of turning John heel until the end of the year. I think that Cena came in for, like, a little cameo. I think it was a way of getting him on the show. I think they knew they wanted to finish the story. I don't think the idea of Cena turning heel was in place until near the end of the year. I don't know at what point. I'm not sure at what point, but I know that Triple H said he was sitting down with the end of Cena at the end of 2024. So that would have been well after WrestleMania. So this is why whenever I read people's theories of that this had been secretly in the works for a long time, I don't buy it. I've seen no evidence of it. It's just fan theories where, you know, they've noticed, like, Cena acting a little heelish or something, you know? It's like the stuff with Bray and about how Bray said that Cena was a heel all these years ago. You know, there was no way that they were having conversations about turning Cena heel back then. So to me, that was just something Bray was doing for his feud with Cena, you know? I mean, if you're in a feud with Cena, you work in a program with Cena, you're going to talk about what, you know, you want to talk about. And I think Bray was in a difficult position because Bray was Bray was like a face at that time. I mean, he had just lost the title to Goldberg as the Fiend, and we were annoyed about that. And then he moves into a program with Cena. And then you've got the disruption of the build for WrestleMania and the pandemic and all of this kind of stuff. So, you know, what can Bray talk to Cena about? What can he actually dig into? And I think at that point he decided to kind of point out, you know, you're actually a bully. You get on the microphone and you embarrass people, or you kind of show, you know, you bully them. I think he said something along those lines. But I don't think that, you know, I don't think there was anything in place then for like, 5 years later, we're going to turn him heel. I think this was done at the end of last year. And I think that's, you know, I don't know if that's why he didn't turn at Mania. Because to be honest with you, at Mania, that was about Cody finishing his story. And I don't think we needed any. I think the way it played was perfect. So I don't think we needed anything. But yeah, I don't see this as being like some big plan that's been in the works for years and years and years. I just think that we got to the point where it was literally now or never. It was like, we either do it now or we're never going to do it. And we decided to do it. We decided to not just do the thanks a lot, brilliant, thanks for coming, it's been an amazing career, have a few matches, go off into the sunset. They decided to try and tell one last big monster story, which involved him turning heel and exploring. You know, Triple H has said, I don't quite know where we're going. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I believe that, because I'd like to think they know where they're going. I'd like to think there's a plan in place, right? I'd like to think that they've got this perfectly mapped out. But according to Triple H, is like, I don't know where we're going now. I don't know quite, you know. But again, are we getting the truth there? I don't know. But I do believe when he says that he had sat down with John and they mapped this thing out and it was now or never. Someone said, can I get a shout out? Yes. But who said it? Someone said it. It's gone. Oh, there, Sean. Shout out to you, buds.
Bronny FN. Crowd are going to boo Cena, but I hope they don't go crazy on the boos where it's like Dom or Logan Paul, and we can't even hear what Cena is saying because of the loud boos.
Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if they play into that. If it is going to be loud boos, it could be that they just play into it and Cena walks away. Because I keep saying the same thing, but I really mean it. If I was booking this, I would give you something so that you don't feel too cheated, but I would not give you everything, because I know as a wrestling fan what people are tuning in for on this show. People want to hear the music. They want to see what Cena's wearing. They want to know what Cena is saying. Like, I know what people are tuning in for, because I'm tuning in for the same thing. And so you give people something. You don't need to give them everything. And, you know, you've then got something better for next week, haven't you? So, you know, John is a heel, upsetting the fans, frustrating the fans, not giving the fans what they want is what John should be doing, rather than coming out going, here's my music, here's my new gear, here's why I did what I did, and giving you absolutely everything. I would, you know, not give you the music, and I'd potentially not even give you the promo. But I would give you his new look, and I might even give you the Titantron, but just without any music, right? And he comes out to silence. And, you know, that might work really well, actually, because if John Cena comes out to silence, do you know what will fill that silence? Boos. Boos will fill that silence. The crowd reaction will fill that silence. So I might dig into that. And I might actually just have John Cena coming out to a chorus of boos from the live crowds, making his way to the ring, wearing a suit, letting those boos ring out, probably leaning into very Roman Reigns after he beat The Undertaker. I don't know if you ever saw that moment, but when Roman beat Undertaker at WrestleMania 33, the next night on Raw, Roman opened the show. He was a babyface. Came down to the ring, stood in the ring, got booed out the building because people didn't like Roman, right? He was getting, he was a babyface, but he was getting negative reactions. And certainly on this day, Undertaker was still a legend that people loved. And they were desperate to see him kind of bounce back. It had been very frustrating because he had lost at 30. He'd had a bit of an underwhelming match against Bray at 31. He had to have a nonsense match with Shane at 32. And then he gets a match with Roman, and it wasn't very good. And Undertaker lost, right? And Roman, who people were not really on board with, had come out and the boos were horrific. They were they were the kind of boos that Dominic Mysterio dreams of, right? It's, you go and watch that moment. Roman stands in the ring, and I think he says, "This is my yard now," throws the mic down and walks away. And that was all he said. But he stood there for about 8-10 minutes, just getting booed. And he would do the classic, which, wrestlers are very good at, which is where you slowly raise the microphone. And as soon as you do that, people, that's a cue in it for people to be like, no, we're not done yet. And they get louder with the boos, right? So as the boos die down, you slowly raise the microphone, go to talk, boos get louder, yeah? And he was milking that. And he was doing a great job with all of that. And then, eventually he does just go, "This is my yard now." Throws the mic down, walks away. Now, I wouldn't be shocked if we get something like that from Cena as well, where he's in the ring and the boos are raining down, and he says something like, "Can you see me now?" Mic down, out he goes. That would be Roman Reigns after WrestleMania 33-esque. And it could be the way it plays, honestly. It could be no music, booed to the ring, standing in the ring, loads of boos, one line, chucks the mic down, walks away. I don't know, though, how Cody would fit. He's going to want to get to speak to John. So we know that Cody's there, but I don't know. How do we... I would not have them talk. I would not have them talk because I would try and kick that can down the road for next week or the week after. I would have it so it maybe looks like Cena's driven away, and I'd have Cody drive after him. It wasn't Cena in the car. Cena then comes to the ring, so Cody's not around. Cena can cut his promo. I think we've seen that before as well, actually. A lot of stuff in wrestling's recycled. I'm sure we've seen that before. And then I'd kind of go with something like that. But again, that's, this is why I wouldn't get too carried away with like, oh my God, we're going to get this, we're going to get that. I mean, let's just wait and see what we're going to get. I don't think we're going to get anything for a while. I think it's going to be a case that we're going to have to wait a while until we get to the scene a bit, and then we'll see what we get. But as a fan, I would love to get, obviously, everything. I'd love to get, all of it today, but I'm not sure we will. Right, Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you. We should be going over to the show very, very soon. Let's press play on this.
I think they won't play Cena new theme until WrestleMania. WrestleMania is where we're going to hear it for the first time.
Yeah, I agree in the sense of I would probably do that as well. Like make you wait, just have him come out to the booze. So I'm with you. I'm totally with you. Whether they do that, I obviously don't know. I mean, but I am with you. That's the way I would play it as well. Okay, here we go. We're about to get over to Raw in Belgium. What's
Muggsy,
the crowd like?
Why do you think the tag division is struggling?
I think the tag division's in a better place on SmackDown because they're using them on a regular basis, and sort of feels to me like we've got a tag division good enough for one show. I don't know that we've got a tag division that works across two shows. I mean, what is the tag division on Raw? Okay, good crowd by the sounds of it. Michael Cole and Corey Graves.
Usable cushion 4, 99 cents.
Usable cushion, shout out to you, my friends. We got one more here from Michael. There's Finn Balor. He's going to be going for that Intercontinental Championship on this show.
Hi, Daze. Heel turn must have been between Bad Blood and Netflix premiere. At Bad Blood, TS arrived with Cody and Rock left ripping Cody. Then all of a sudden on Raw premiere, Rock was playing Nice W Cody.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And end of last year, Michael, I agree with you. Bad Bloods, around that time. I mean, we know we had the hand gesture thing, but equally, we have heard a report that Rock actually wanted Cody to turn heel. There is a chance that that hand gesture is to do with members that are going to be working with The Rock, and it might be that one of those at that time was planned to be Cody Rhodes. But I don't know. I mean, we're having to cobble together rumors and bits and bobs, aren't we? They are a really good crowd, you know. They've actually got some signs. Loads of coloured paper for the Belgian flag. I didn't see the black ones, though. Perhaps I just missed those. I saw the yellow and the reds. There we go. That's good, isn't it? The Belgian flag on the hard cam sides. Good crowds. Good crowds. I love that Belgian flag that they've made. Looks really good. Ah, Corey Graves is back. Look at this. They must have decided that he is famous enough now. Can't wait to see what John Cena has got to say. Michael says, I think we owe him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, so video package for what Cody has been saying and what's been going on. So we've seen that. So, Michael, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Kendall, let's go over to Kendall.
Daze, we need you on the writing team. Who we talk to? Go hit the like party, people.
Kendall, shout out to you. I'm just a fan like all of you. I mean, my thoughts, my opinions are just what I would do. But there's excellent thoughts and opinions that come from the community as well. This is why I passionately disagree with that notion that you have to have been a wrestler to know how to tell a story. I mean, actually, a lot of the creative team are not former wrestlers. A lot of the people that work in creative are people that have come from TV, actually, that are used to writing stories for television. So the idea that, like, wrestling fans can't book, they've never been a wrestler, it's a load of nonsense. The vast majority of the creative team are not former wrestlers. So I think if you're a wrestling fan that's been watching for a while, not even like any kind of time frame, really. I think, like, obviously the more you've watched, the more stories you will have observed, the more that, you know, you'll see the same sort of rhythms, and you'll see, like, you know, we can do that, we did it here, we could use it again here, and blah, 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 blah. Obviously helps, but, you know, there's some excellent, excellent suggestions that come from the community. It's why it's really good having a you know, a good conversation beforehand, because even if people are challenging me on bits, it makes me have to, you know, not prove myself, but I don't ever want to sit here and just go, oh, I would do this and not give you the explanation why. People say I waffle, and I do. But the reason why I do that is because I'm trying to back up what I'm saying with, I would do this because, you know, I would do that because, or we could do this and it might go that way. That could be an issue, or we could, but it would be good for that. And like, and we chuck stuff around. So I think if you're a wrestling fan and you're passionate about this, like, you're going to have some good thoughts about what we should be doing. Whoa! Okay. Wasn't expecting any of this, to be honest. So we're starting with Cena. Cena's coming out. Oh my God. Okay, so we're starting with Cena. I was not expecting that. We're still keeping the old theme. Wasn't expecting that. He's wearing his old gear. Wasn't expecting that. But he is not running to the ring. His walk into the ring, he didn't acknowledge Stu. And, I wasn't expecting any of this. I really thought they would leave this later so that people in America could tune in. But look at Cena. Boos for John Cena. The last time is now. Wow. Big moment. Big moment. Cena in the ring. Boos ringing out. Time is now playing. And that is a surprise to me. That is a surprise. I mean, what I will say is, I don't think this is the theme that he's going to keep. I don't know that this is the theme he'll use at WrestleMania. So, John Cena sucks chance. So, we maybe still have not had the new theme. Cena coming out. John Cena sucks chance raining down from people. Let's see what they've got for us. Cena in there. Boos raining down. Boos raining down for John Cena right now from the Belgian fans. Good crowds. They're chanting away, and I think Cena's going to let this breathe for a moment. There are still Let's Go Cena chants, you know. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. Let's go Cena. Loud. Yeah, let's go Cena. Cena sucks chants. John Cena in the middle of the ring. Looks up at the hard cam. That microphone still not by his face, but this is fascinating. This is what people have been tuning in for. This is what people have been waiting for. What has heel Cena got to say? Cena sucks. Wow, they're still going, you know. And he has not moved. He has not flinched. He is letting this play out. He is letting this breathe. I am wondering if this has got a little bit of Roman Reigns after WrestleMania 33 vibe to it, where they're just going to let this breathe. He'll say a little something and then walk away. Microphone is put down. Do you know what? Ooh. I kind of felt like he wasn't going to say anything at all for a moment there. Instead, he comes back. He picks the microphone back up again. He's really teasing. He's teasing. You sold out chants have broken out now. You sold out chants. Cena goes to walk away. Crowd are booing. Cena looking out at the fans. Coming back again. Picks up the microphone. When someone is properly grounded in life. Here we go. They shouldn't have to look outside themselves for approval. That, I think he actually tweeted that out, you know, Cena. I think Cena has tweeted that. Belgian fans in fine voice right now. Fine voice. You are making this easy for me. I've been the victim. I've been the victim of an abusive relationship. Looks like they're going to have him say a few things here. I've been the victim of an abusive relationship. All you are is abusive. You bullied me into being a damn puppet. He's yelling at the fans. Big segment. Big segment. F you, Cena. F you, Cena. Chants breaking out. Are they muting it? Yeah, they are, you know. They're muting it. F you, Cena. He looks hurt. So very classy. Thank you. I'm not a baby face. I'm not a heel. I'm a human being. We just had FU Cena chants. And Cena's blaming the fans. You let me know really loud that you hated me when I first got here. That was a long time ago, John. I changed myself, but it wasn't enough. I started to win and win and win. I won a lot, and you hated it. Super Cena. I tried to give away everything I could, but it wasn't enough. Shut the F up. Anthony said, I went to Netflix. I don't see Raw. It's on there, but this is great. Promo of the year, said Wyatt's Forever. Shut the F up chants raining down. I can walk away. I announced my retirement. You ruined it. You ruined everything. Na 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 na. Hey, 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 goodbye. There we go. Crowd letting themselves hurt. Cena saying, you should all be ashamed. Whatever I do is never enough. You only care about yourselves. You just take, take, take. Whoa! Dudes! What do we get? You get nothing! You get what you've earned, and what you've earned is nothing. You dress like me, I don't dress like you. I love that. I love him saying that. I'm not changing what I wear or my music. I love that from Cena. Him saying you don't get a new shirt, you don't get new music, you get what you deserve, and you deserve nothing. We want Cody chanters broken out, which is good. That's what it should be. They should want Cody. You're chanting for Cody. Your brand new shiny toy. With every breath, you prove my point that you are awful people. You're the Let's Go Cena people. So is he having a pop at his own fans? Yeah. Don't make them regret buying your shirt, John. That's moody. There are Let's Go Cena fans out there. We do have the dueling champ right now. The Cena sucks jack-offs. The Let's Go Cena people are just as awful. What have you ever done? Well, they bought you merch. You know, your lovely house. Steal? He's claiming they steal? You steal my time? You've made me the butt of the invisible joke for 15 years and you still think it's funny? You are pathetic. I mean, I do agree the invisible thing, like, played out a little while ago. About 14 years ago. You don't wear this for support. You wear it to feel good. You wear words, but I live them. I am the definition of perseverance, and everyone here knows it. You use me. Where is Cody, by the way? This is a toxic, dysfunctional relationship. Look at that poor kid. Poor kid standing there like in his Cena merch. Just like, I just spent loads of money on this, by the way. Oh no, it's breaking up with us, guys. You dumped. Oh my God, I feel like Nikki Bella. Oh my God. You know I'm right. And you know that you're wrong. Oh, Cody is coming out. Cody has heard enough. Big pop for Cody. Well, I mean, thoughts on that? So much there that I was not expecting. I love the lines about how you're not going to get new merch. You're not going to get new music. You get what you deserve, and you deserve nothing. Love that line. Thought that was excellent. I do wonder, though, if we will get new music and maybe they're just not giving it to us yet. What we got this week was the promo, and he basically complained about how the fans had taken and taken and taken, and how they had kept him the butt of that invisible joke for like 15 years, and how that was cringe and wasn't funny, and really anything he could have a go at the fans about, he just had a go at the fans about. I think, though, it felt a little bit shallow in the sense of it was basically Cena saying he's just had enough. Which after so long, and this being his kind of final farewell, it is very weird timing to kind of play that card of I've just had enough. I think I would have rather that it had been I've not won a match in 2000 days and it's now or never and it has to be now and you lot can't help me get it done, so I've turned to someone that can, and that's why I just want to take a moment to pay respect to The Rock, to pay respect to Dwayne, to pay respect to the man that runs this place. You know, I think I would have gone with that line rather than, you lot are awful, you've never been there for me. But there was some really good lines that were in there still. And he just spoke a hell of a lot longer than I was expecting. I mean, we've just had a good, 10-minute, 15-minute promo from him? It was good. It was good. But it was also, I don't want to say whiny. It just didn't, there wasn't really much behind it apart from, I've had enough. I've had enough of you lot. Wow. Sign in the crowd says die Cena. I mean, it's a bit extreme. Little bit extreme. Cody is in the ring then. Cody is in there with John. It felt like it needed a bit more anger, less whining, said Austin. It'll be very interesting to see what. I still think it was really good. I don't want to paint a picture that was not a really epic segment, right? It absolutely was. Crowd are chanting Cody's name. He's got a big smile on his face. It was epic. Don't get me wrong. But we are talking about why, John? Why? Well, there's your answer. He'd had enough of the fans. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody goes over to the fans. Puts the championship in the air. The crowd cheer, and Cody's about to speak. He looks up to John, gives a little nod. Nah, they're still going, man. They're still going, Cody. You might have to wait a moment here. I don't know what that chant was, by the way. I think everyone was willing to hear you out. They've given you their worst. They might have given you their worst, but they have also given you their best for 20 years. They did that because you were special. I don't think we've gone commercial break, have we, here? Really just sticking with this for the first 27 minutes. Cena went to talk. Cody says enough. It's not kids. It's WWE champion. And let me ask you. Cody. Loud Cody chants. Loud Cody chants. Who the hell are you? Where's the guy that's on this shirt?
A good, what, 10-minute, 15-minute promo from him?
This better not show up at WrestleMania. This had better not show up at WrestleMania, otherwise I'll retire it early. Yeah, good line there by Cody. Go and find John Cena, because I want to wrestle him at WrestleMania 41, not this whiny... And he said a bad word.
A good, what, 10-minute, 15-minute promo from him?
Cody walks away. And that leaves John in the ring. Crowd chanting for Cody then after Cody has just confronted John. And I think what Cody said at the end kind of sums up that John promo. It was whiny. John kind of came out and didn't really have much behind his reasoning other than the fans had kind of annoyed him. Look, he's watching as Cody walks away. He has a little look over, throws the microphone down, and he leaves the ring. And there we go. That is the segment, a big segment, lots to talk about. He's got the yeah, he's at the ring. They're saying, hey, 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 goodbye. Goodbye. Belgian fans. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye to John Cena. Yeah, shocked. Absolutely shocked that we opened the show with it. Shocked that we didn't get any new music. Shocked that we didn't get any new presentation. But that Cena line about how you get what you deserve and you don't deserve anything new. No new merch. No new music. Crowd is still in fine voice, though. The Belgian fans have been excellent here. Cena, though, blaming those fans for the past 20-odd years, saying, what did you ever do for me? You take. Michael Cole just apologizing there. But Cody coming out, talking about how Cena had been whiny and how he doesn't want to face that version of Cena at WrestleMania. I think that makes total sense. I think it was an excellent open. Cries. Corey says that he's disappointed just like anyone else. Right, let's go over to the chat, shall we? I mean, there's so much to dissect there. This proves Cena is still the biggest draw, said JP. Chris said, is he for real? Your tribal chief said, great opening, but how about that entranceway? What do you mean, buds? Do you mean the layout of the entranceway, or what do you mean? Corey Graves on Raw said Wrestle Night. Yes, Corey Graves on Raw tonight. Pat doesn't travel international because he's, I don't know, too famous. Let's ask people, what did you think about the Cena promo? I think the segment is fantastic, unmissable. We're starting with Ludwig coming out. It's going to be against Penta. Do you know, there was something I was thinking about during that promo that I never considered when we were doing our 2-hour little talk before. And I keep forgetting this. There's a few things that I keep forgetting. And it is that I was saying about how I wouldn't have Cena come out until the end. And how I would make you wait. And I would show the door backstage. Because historically, that's what we would have done. But of course, we're on Netflix now. Watch time doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long people watch for. They just want views. They just want people to have tuned in. So people are going to tune in wanting to see Cena. If you stick him at the very end, you run the risk of people having to go out. You run the risk of people sitting down and I've got to go out in a couple of hours. Maybe they can't hang around. That wouldn't have been a problem with TV, because on TV, you try and keep people around to watch as much as possible. But we're on Netflix now. So now that we're on Netflix, I wonder if what we've just seen is a different strategy, which is you don't need to make people wait. What you can do is bring him out at the start And if people tune out now, it doesn't matter. You've got the view. You know, it's all about how many worldwide views did you get? And it's about, you know, I suppose a little bit like YouTube. Mr. Beast always says, like in his videos, that one of his reasons for success is because he puts what people have clicked on at the very beginning of the video. It's about making sure that when people click on your video, you give them what they're looking for. And honestly, I didn't consider that. I'm still thinking TV. I'm still thinking that you keep the viewers around to the end. So I wonder if that explains why we've just started with Cena and why we didn't have it in the final segment like I was expecting. In regards to what he said, I gotta be honest, I'm not crazy about it. Like, I like it. It's great. But it's not the message that I was really looking for. This concept of what have you ever done for me and moaning about it, it's not the message I was after. I think there could have been better reasons for the turn. It's hard to believe that he's had enough now. It's hard to believe that he's just reached his breaking point when he's on his farewell tour and he's on his final lap. And it's just he's had his career and he's done 20-odd years. And now is the time that he's had enough. Now is the moment that he's snapped. I don't know. I think there was other options on the table. But, I mean, look, it's only one promo. Some of the lines in there, as I said a few times, I really liked. I really like that you don't deserve new music. You don't deserve new outfit. You know, you get what you deserve. The whole you made me the joke of you made me the butt of an invisible joke for the past 15 years. It wasn't funny then, it isn't funny now. Like, I thought that was pretty good. There was definitely some good stuff in there. It was compelling, it was captivating, it was whiny, and that was pointed out by Cody basically coming out saying, you know, these fans have given you everything, blah blah blah, the usual stuff, you know. Heel has a go at the fans. Babyface sticks up for them. Usual. Perhaps that's the disappointing thing, that it is just so generic. Heel comes out, has a go at the fans. Babyface comes out and sticks up for them. How many millions of times have we seen that before? You would think they would go with something a little different for this Cena turn, but yeah. I suppose I'm still processing it, but those are my initial thoughts. Great segment in the sense of there was great lines. We got way more out of it than I was expecting. But I am left with the feeling that the message was wrong. Pooter said, I grew up with Cena being unbeatable. So this is a huge shift for something so little. He was saying, you can't see me the entire time. He says it was cringe. Daze, the US version stream from last Friday was one of the best. It had good vibes. I hope the Italian episode will be great. I think it will. I can't see why it won't. Here's Penta. Let's change this over. Bang, bang, bang. Penta making his way down. Ludwig versus Penta. I believe this is a street fight, is it? Right, where I want to just get more thoughts. The promo for Cena was better, fitting about 10 years ago. I expected a little more. The whole segment was good, though, mostly due to the fans' reaction, but definitely not an all-timer. I liked it when he said even that kid over there is toxic, said Kareem. That was just like when Kevin Owens was complaining, said Jessica. I wonder what Roman Reigns thinks of Cena, says Miguel. Trini said, lower the entitlement and expectation is overwhelming. This is what the man was talking about. You guys always want more from him, says Trini. Humble Rumble said it was good, but disappointing comments from Cena. Draco said, I watched the Electric State movie. It was good. I don't know what that is, but... Phoenix said, as a face, he was overly happy and goofy. As a heel, he gave low energy. I wonder if this promo was a setup to give Cody more aura and that line at the end. Yeah, I think we I think you make a good point that maybe like it's a way of making Cody look good. Is, you know, you don't give Cena too much so that Cody is the one that can come out and stick it to him. But I don't know, for this, I kind of feel like that would be good for a second promo or a third promo. But for the explanation promo, for a promo of this magnitude and this importance, I think I would have liked... I think I would have liked it to have been not quite executed this way, you know? Penta is getting into the ring as Ludwig goes out to the other sides. David said, I wasn't expecting Cena to say anything. I thought he would drop the mic, same here, and leave like he did at the Elimination Chamber press conference. I did as well. I really did. I thought he would come out and drop it. And when he did at the start, it felt like, oh, here we go. And when he was allowing it to breathe as well, and it kind of felt like he's allowing the time. I didn't realize they were going to give that such a long time. I mean, we are now 40 minutes into the show. I mean, they have really, really given that segment time, you know? I think it's just had whatever it's needed, to be honest with you. I think they've just gone, John, I wouldn't be shocked if Triple H went, John, I need to fit these other bits in, but this is such a monumental moment. You just have what you need. You just go out there, feel it, and oh, Jesus Christ. We do need to kind of pay attention to this because Ludwig and Penta are cooking. They are cooking. Duran said, I loved how he said no new outfit, no new music, knowing that's what everyone was waiting for. That was brilliantly done. I just wish that my surgeon didn't decide to call. I missed the reaction, said Duran. Well, I mean, honestly, I feel like this is probably the better time, to be honest with you. I mean, I really enjoyed that line. I highlighted it a couple of times. So I really enjoyed that line, but I sort of feel like this is maybe the better time to be joining us because, well, we're at commercial break at the moment. We are still with the action, but it was slow. And we're just kind of processing it now. We're only getting an opportunity now to see what the community thought about it. So we've got the poll up and running. You can make your thoughts heard. Cena has spoken. The question is, has what he has said been what you were looking for? And what's the reaction in the wrestling world going to be to that? I sort of feel it feels big enough to do a separate video on, really. I mean, I'm sat here thinking, do we need to do like a separate video on it? Because it feels big enough. It is what everyone's been waiting for. I think we may have to do that whilst we're at commercial break. That kid is being highlighted. Yeah, so loud, so passionate. The crowd have been excellent. I really didn't know how to what to make of this crowd and what they were going to be like. So I really wasn't sure. That kid is the face of this thing. That kid is the face of this thing. I'm gonna show it to you. Let's put this down, and we do have this match underway. Let's go bang, bang, bang. Here. This kid is the face of this thing. This kid is the one that's all I can see on social media at the moment is this kid's. This is the image, though. That's what we got. That's the face. That's the feel. So, massive segment coming out of Raw, and it really took me by surprise. Raw opened with John Cena, and I was really expecting this to be at the very end of the show. We was just saying during our watch along, I wonder if it was at the beginning, because on Netflix, I think they're just looking for the view. They know why people are tuning in. They're tuning in for John Cena. Put him out there at the start. Give the people what they want. Get the views. And that's more important in this day and age with Netflix. Just securing the view rather than worrying as much about watch time. I'm sure that watch time still plays a part, but really you want to show Netflix that people are tuning into your program, right? So maybe that's why he came out at the start. I thought we would see like a changing room door throughout like Raw and a couple of guards in front of it, and then we would get Cena at the end, but nope. We opened with Cena, and of course the big talking point, no new music, and he was wearing his farewell Cena merch. And the line that he said of, you know, you get what you deserve and you lot don't deserve new music. You don't deserve new merch. I think really landed with a lot of people. This was a John Cena, though, with a very simple message. That message being that you've never been there for me. And, you know, you've never done anything for me. You've only ever taken. He was blaming the fans. I would say of the kind of early feel that I've got from people about this is that that was maybe not the kind of message everyone was looking for. It does feel a little bit basic. I think there was lots of different things they could have gone with. But instead, they've gone with basically Cena having enough of the fans. Basically, Cena reaching his breaking point, which it's going to be debatable as to whether the timing feels quite right for that. Because John Cena, of course, is on his farewell tour. This is him saying thanks for everything. So for him at this stage to have had enough of the fans is an interesting direction, right? Let's say that. It's interesting to go with that as what seems to be the core reasoning. I think there was no mention of The Rock, not that I recall. I think that could have been interesting to have maybe dug into why he's joined up with The Rock. I think that would have been interesting. But a lot of chanting, the crowd really passionate, Belgium fans, amazing. Lots of FU Cena chants, but also, let's go Cena. Cena sucks. Cena even pointed that out, and he said, even those Let's Go Cena fans, like, you're just as big a problem, right? You're just taken from me, right? Not what have you ever given back to me. I mean, again, you do kind of go, well, you've got a lovely house, John. You know, I would imagine you've got a couple of swimming pools. I mean, you know, that merch, they have contributed financially. So, him saying, like, what have you ever done for me? Little bit of a head scratcher there, because clearly they've done a lot. And there was a kid that was shown in the crowds who I think has become a bit of a meme online, right? Because this kid is absolutely everywhere. This kid here. So John was saying, I can see the people that are the Let's Go Cena fans. You stand out because, you know, you buy the merch. And then they cut to this kid who clearly had purchased this merch, I would imagine, that day. And probably had spent his pocket money on it and everything. And here's John Cena having a go at even the people that have bought his merch. I mean, this was a particularly savage moment, to be honest. And this poor kid, you can see, is like, oh, this is a bit awkward. Crypto over there saying, what is this kid thinking? Popcorn there said, poor kid, I feel so sorry for him. I agree. I mean, like, this was a particularly savage part where he's having a go at those that had bought his merch, and the Let's Go Cena fans saying they're just as bad as the Cena Sucks fans, and this poor kid decked out in all his Cena merch. So that was a particularly savage moment. This was a fun moment. John Cena broke my son's heart sign was shown in the crowd. Lots of anti-Cena signs, lots of positive Cena signs as well, though. So lots of bits. Obviously, this led to Cody coming out. Here, Sean Ross Sapp said, if this shows up at WrestleMania, I retire it early. Go find John Cena. That's who I want to wrestle at WrestleMania 41, not this whiny. And I must say, the promo did come across as a bit whiny. It was very compelling, though. Very, very compelling. This is not a complaint. I'm not moaning about it or anything. The messaging was maybe not what I was expecting, or maybe even what I was looking for, but it was absolutely unmissable. It had that vibe and that feeling to it. And I think all in all, it's been very, very well received, but plenty for people to kind of get their teeth into with that promo and debate. I mean, the conversation around it is going to be deafening, right? Everyone's going to have their opinion on this promo. It really was one of those moments. So, yeah, John Cena has spoken. What do people think? Right, let's get back to the action. It really feels like that's a moment people have been waiting for. And so I know we have to just step away from the show momentarily, but I can tell you that Penta has just secured the win. Penta driver. Red hot crowds. Really good crowds. Let's get a poll up, shall we? So we'll record the thoughts on that promo. Here's Kathy Kelly in the entranceway. She's talking to Penta. 39, 37. Oh, so it did just click out as all-time, actually, that promo, you know. That promo just came out as all-time 39. Okay, so get your votes in for those that were watching the match. Penta picked up the win. I mean, I saw there was some big spots in that. I saw Penta coming off the top with a destroyer. I saw the Penta driver. I saw the work over by the commentary table. I think it was a hot match from the bits that I was able to catch. And Penta picking up the victory. Looks like he's looking for the Intercontinental Championship. I promise you. Didn't understand that last bit. Okay, well, there we go. Penta looking for that Intercontinental Championship. Kathy Kelly looks lovely this evening. Okay, we're backstage with Io and Dakota. Okay, so commercial break. That was a good match, said A. Jobson. I wish it had been a little bit longer, though. It just felt a little bit like a regular match. Oh, hello, we're backstage with American Maids. Where's Chad Gable? Look at those dungarees that Julius is wearing. That wasn't Gable. They're saying that it wasn't Gable last week. We think you're stupidos. Is this commercial break stuff, or are you lot seeing this as well? Oh, no, this is commercial break stuff. Someone has got to pay for what Gable did last week, so it might as well be you.
Okay, who's coming out now? Is this American Maids? I don't know their music, you know. I think this is going to be Ivy Nile's match, isn't it, against Dakota? So Ivy Nile and American Maids are making their way down to the ring. You suck chants ringing out. American Maid, said Jamie. Daze, you missed a segment with Carrion and Dominic. Ah, interesting. They've been teasing a little something in the background for a while. So that's interesting because we've seen Dominic with Ludwig Kaiser in the background as well. So not sure as to which direction they were looking to go with Dominic. So if they're starting to really dial into Carrion, that's interesting. I gotta say, I prefer this presentation, kayfabe-wise. We know he's corporate sellout, but I love how he's blaming the fans rather than explaining the real reason, says Liam. It's been a phenomenal Raw so far, said Cool Drummer. Well, I mean, this was definitely a Raw that was unmissable, and it's living up to that. Dakota Kai making her way down. It's going to be her against Ivy Nile coming up next. Oh, hello. Here we go. We've got Liv. Here's Finn. Liv and Raquel. Jade Cargill is just going to be another stop on the Liv Morgan Revenge Tour. Here's Dirty Dom. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. How's this going to play out? I've got an idea. He's got an idea. Okay, new member. He wants to add Penta. And what you land on? So Penta. The man that wants to go after my Intercontinental Championship. You're a snake? You don't watch the show, do you? Is Dakota still making her way down to the ring? What happened there? How's it taken her so long to get to the ring? Okay. Dom for sure is turning on Balor tonight. That was strange, wasn't it? So after speaking to all these different people, he landed on the idea of Penta, but that was not very well received. Chad Gable has made his way down. Chad Gable's in a suit. So Chad Gable is here. I don't know why Ivy's looking so concerned. Ivy, a little bit distracted as we are underway with this. Chad Gable has made his way down then to show support to Ivy Nile. And clothesline, no joy against the ropes goes to big clothesline there by Ivy. Down goes Dakota Ivy, raining shots down. Have Randy dress up like Serpentor, says Prime Ghosts. Penta. Oh, this pole's just in the way. James Ellsworth. Dakota has to walk very slow, said Joe. She did, didn't she? I don't really get it. We saw her come out. We went backstage. They spoke for absolutely ages. And then when we went back, she was still slowly making her way down. I can only imagine she must have, like, greeted some of the fans in the entranceway or something, you know? I can only imagine it was something like that. Oh, man, this crowd have been excellent. I really did not know what to expect from this crowd. They've been really vocal, really, really good. I mean, I would say that they're probably a step down from the French fans that were like literally having the building shaking, but they're still right up there. They're still up there with like the Spanish fans that we had the other day. Really good, really providing energy. Ivy goes to the outsides. Here's Dakota. She tries to go against the ropes, but Chad Gable is up. Ivy from behind picking up Dakota, looking to slam Dakota down. 1, 2, shoulder up by Dakota. Dakota managing to get that kick out. Here's Ray and Dragon Lee. They come down there going after the Creeds. Yeah, I mean, surely we're going to get that mass person. Right now, they're trying to chase after Chad. Chad trying to get through the crowd. He goes through the crowds. They're chasing after him. Is Grande Americano going to show? Ivy's in the ring. Oh, big boot! Big boot by Dakota! On the shoulders. Oh, kick coming in. 1, 2, 3. Dakota gets it. Dakota gets it. Signing the crowd said women's wrestling matters. So we're ending the poll for the Penta match. We now need a poll for the Dakota match. Yeah, I think that's opening promo. I think it took a long time. And I think that as a result, like, we're kind of having to breakneck speed our way through this now. Okay, let's get the poll up. What did you think about that last match? What did you think about Dakota versus Ivy Nile? Daze, what was your favourite part of the Penta fights? I liked the Destroyer off the top. I thought that looked really good. Here's EO. Okay, EO Sky making her way out. Oh, a contract sign him. So I think we're about to go to commercial break. EO is making her way down to the ring. I didn't see a moment where she and Dakota sort of acknowledged each other. She didn't come out with Dakota. She's getting her own entrance, which makes sense. EO chant. People love EO, don't they? She's so popular. I really like EO, but she's not my favorite. Daze, I agree about holding off on 17. I don't think Cena should lose at Mania though, because it's his last Mania match. Although I do agree with what you said Edwards. Yeah, that's fair, but I can understand your point of view on that about not wanting him to lose his last Mania match. The only thing I'd say, though, is a lot of people retire at Mania, and as a result, they do lose their last Mania match, like Ric Flair or Batista. But it doesn't always have to go that way. So, Edward, shout out to you, but... Okay, so EO is in the ring. We are just at commercial break, but it says we're going to be back in literally a minute. Daze, how you doing? Hello, Lisa. I'm doing good, thank you. It's a bit of a bonkers Raw, this one. We've just had a monumental moment with that Cena promo. You can just tell when something... I mean, we knew anyway. We knew that this was something that everyone was interested in. I mean, that turns one of the biggest things we've seen in a long, long time. So hearing from Cena was always going to be important. So, yeah, it sort of feels like we've just seen something really monumental. And it's just really interesting getting people's, like, thoughts on it. That promo for the longest time was tracking as being a great promo, but not all time. But right at the end, it just pipped it. So we actually scored the promo. It came out 39% all time. I mean, I don't disagree. I think that it was a massive segment. And I think that it was something that was really compelling. I mean, you could not turn it off. Real hot start to the show. Crazy hot start to the show. I do feel sorry for our American friends, though, that aren't able to watch along, you know, or watch the show live this week. It's really not an episode you want to be missing the live kind of event for. Okay, Bianca and Io are in the ring. I never needed you at all. Okay, Adam Pearce is in there as well. I love you, Sabrina. Women's wrestling matters. Io Sky, your women's world champion. We're going to make this official. 2 signatures makes this official. The floor is yours. What's Io going to say? Io she doesn't speak brilliant English. So I don't know what Io is going to say here. Bianca. You won't disrespect me again. No one will disrespect me again because I am the women's world champion. And after WrestleMania, Io chants, I will still be the women's world champion. Pretty simple, straightforward stuff there by Io. So, you won't disrespect me again. No one will disrespect me again. You deserve it is the chant by the fans. You deserve it. They've been really good, these fans. Here's Bianca. I've got all the respect in the world for you. Little slip there by Bianca. At WrestleMania, you're going to find out exactly who I am. Okay, the contract has been signed. Is Rhea going to make her way down? Yeah, she is. There she is. I was going to say, this is all a bit formal and a bit nice. Here's Rhea. The niceties may have just come to an end here. So, Mommy is making her way down to the ring. Heel Bianca, says Ace. Okay, here is Rhea making her way down to the ring. I'm not just going to sit back and do nothing about it. Mommy chants. Mommy chants. I had to sign my contract for WrestleMania. That's what I'm doing. You've got no business being out here in my championship match, says Rhea. Yeah, no, it's a one, yeah. Oh, it's breaking down. Oh, she got pushed again. Oh, my God. Bianca goes onto that table. Mommy is going to powerbomb Io onto Bianca. Move, Bianca. She didn't. She didn't. Oh, my God. Once again, Io gets a hand shoved in her face. Adam Pearce is not impressed. He is not impressed. Mommy reaches down. Is she going to add her name to this? It looks like Rhea is adding her name to the title match at WrestleMania. I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. I'm pretty sure that, like, it's got all the terms and conditions, and it won't say Rhea is in the match. Yeah, Adam Pearce is like, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, you can take the contract. I can print another one. It's really no problem. Yeah, I'm not sure legally that she's got much ground to stand on there, but, I mean, look, we're clearly heading to the triple threat, and I do admire her approach to that. Oh, look at this from Jay, man. I love the backstage area. Look how grimy it is. Cool. That's cool. It's me and you, Gunther, at WrestleMania. We got Jay talking right now. Please, please, hit my music. Here's Gunther. Here's Gunther. I talked to Jimmy on Friday. He's just as dumb as you are. I'm going to see you out there, G. I'm going to see you out there, G. Liv Morgan just tweeted, she wants to be me so bad. Day one-ish, just me, oos. Day one-ish. Knock it down like this. Oh my God, I just feel like this show is just breakneck speeds. Like, I don't know about you, but there just ain't really any time to do anything. I feel like that promo was so big at the start. I'm literally just playing catch up. In fact, talking of that, we do need to get to super chats just to make sure that we're on top of those. And we're not. Anna, hello, my friends. Anna Dawes. Long-time friend of the channel. Hope you're well. Anna said, Daze, hope you're well. I'm doing good, thank you. Nice to see Corey back on commentary. I agree. Also, this crowd is up for it. Wow, they're loud. They're brilliant. Really, really brilliant. I didn't know what to expect, but yeah, they've been awesome. I agree. I mean, and this is great. What an entrance. I have said, though, to our American friends, I wouldn't feel like, oh, we're being shown up or anything like that, you know. How often do they do a Raw in Belgium, you know? I mean, this is something a lot of these fans have been waiting for. This is special. God, I feel so sorry for that Cena, kids. Because he probably got tickets to see Cena when Cena was a face. Even now that he's turned heel, he's still showing up and bought the merch. And then Cena's come out and murked him. Mate, I just want that kid to know we're with you. Yeah. You have got our full flipping sympathy. Poor kids. Right, let's get this read whilst I'm just uploading this. So we're just coming back from... Are we coming back from commercial break? I think we are.
Valithriel. Daze, what if Cena held together because there was still time left, but not anymore, which broke him and left him better as he's getting desperate?
But that is the story, I suppose, isn't it? That is what they're going with. Yeah. It really just depends how people feel about that. So, you know, did you get the impression that he was holding it together? I mean, he's been able to step away, hasn't he? He's been able to, like, step away from wrestling. This is the final farewell. So, you know, I mean, for 20 odd years, it's been fine. He's been holding it together. And now he's just on this final run of 30 odd dates where he turns up to say thank you. And, you know, it's real simple. I mean, it's one of those, it's now or never, isn't it? And that's why they've gone with it. Because if they didn't do it now, they were never going to do it. So, I don't know. It's not a reason that I love. But if it works for you and it works for other people, that's great, isn't it? I'm really, really not like being weird or like passive aggressive or anything. I'm not like, if it works for you, that, I mean, I genuinely mean it. If that is working for you, I genuinely mean that's great. For me, it's not quite landing. It's not, I don't know. I think that I've had enough at this stage. It's just a hard one for me to take. When I think it would just be so easy, even if he has had enough, it would be so easy for him to just be like, thanks, everyone. Even if he's just thanking them really subconsciously for buying all the merch and giving him the lifestyle that he's been able to enjoy, you know? The idea that he can turn around to people that have bought his merch over the past 20 years and say, what have you ever done for me? Is, I don't know, a bit of a head scratcher for me, but perhaps I'm looking at it wrong. Perhaps I'm missing something. Perhaps there's something that adds up that I'm not quite getting. But it's landed. I mean, it's worked. The turn has worked. People have really enjoyed it. It's made so much noise. And we just asked people in the community what they thought of the promo, and it's come out 39% all time. So it's worked. So if it's landed for you, I don't think it's bad. I'm not sat here going it's terrible, it's bad. I mean, it was a really compelling segment, but I don't know. It's not quite what I was looking for, but it doesn't matter. You get loads in wrestling that's not quite what you're looking for. I am very used to that now. So shout out to you, buds. RBD Blaze.
RB Blaze. My fave sign is still Cena sold out Lamau.
Cena sold out. Yeah, very good. Very good. Okay, Jey Uso is in the ring, and we're going to be going over to our next match now.
Valithriel.
Theory.
Hello, Daze. Did you see my super chat from earlier?
Valithriel, yes, I did. Sorry, it took me a little while to get to it. As I said, yeah, if it worked and it landed and it's a good reason and you're happy with it, and then brilliant. You're not alone. As we said, 39% said it was an all-time promo. I think Trini made a really interesting point as well, actually. Jey with the win already. Jesus Christ. Anyone else get the feeling that promo overran and now we're really playing like flipping, trying to get back on track with the rest of the show, because we are racing through a lot of this stuff. There was more yeeting than the match lasted, said Corey. All-time great, good, bad. Let's get a poll up, shall we? Gunther attacks from behind. Gunther attack him. Bang, 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 bang. Here we go. Shot coming in. Oh, Jey. Blocked by Gunther. Oh, Jey grabs a hold of that world title. Jay has got Gunther's world title. I don't think he intended to grab it. Gunther over the top to the outsides. Jay has got that world title. Title is check back to Gunther. There's a yeet army that's coming Gunther's way, says Corey. I wonder if we've got back on track. I really feel like the Dakota match was rushed. The Jay match was definitely rushed. The contract signing was okay. It had enough time. But it does feel like we're trying to get back on track. Our main event is just moments away. What does he mean? What does he mean? Our main event is just moments away. What does he mean? Our main event, as we get, do you reckon he just misspoke there? Surely this isn't the main event. Surely this isn't what's closing the show. I'm thinking he just misspoke. Okay, lovely. I feel like we're getting somewhere. Mackenzie said Dom spends time talking to Carrion spends more time talking to Carrion than watching Raw. Mackenzie said Tyler Bate to face Gunther in the UK Open Challenge. That'd be great. I mean, that match. I mean, Pete Dunne or Tyler Bate. I'd take either of those. Both of them having absolute bangers with Gunther down in NXT UK. I think Tyler Bate Gunther actually was a legit 5-star match from Dave Meltzer. That was NXT TakeOver, NXT UK TakeOver Cardiff main event, and Meltzer giving that 5 stars. So, oh my God, we've seen it before, and it's an amazing match. And I think that's exactly what we should do, to be honest. We just did Axiom against Gunther, and it cooked. It was so enjoyable. And yeah, Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne. They might even go Nathan Frazier, you know. Nathan Frazier, I mean, we've already tried Axiom, so we could show Nathan Frazier next. So yeah, there's lots of options for an open challenge for Gunther. I like that, though. I like the Tyler Bate shout, Mackenzie. Yeah, they're talking main event. Tonight, so it's not next. So perhaps when he said next, he meant like the video about it, you know? Right, the Ring General said I'm at a bar drinking whiskey. I forgot about Raw LFG. Well, you need to check out that Cena promo, but everyone's got an opinion about that Cena promo. You need to be on that Cena promo. Everyone's going to have thoughts. Everyone's going to have opinions. And it's what a lot of people have been waiting for. Right now, we've got A-Town Down Under in the ring. Grayson Waller saying he can't wait to get out of Brussels. Jay, how about you go find a tag partner? Because it seems like all your friends don't care about you anymore. So it looks like they're going to do a tag match. A-Town Down Under against Jay and a partner. Cena was right. You're all about yourselves. I'm done, said Grayson, and he walks away. Someone's coming out. Is this going to be Chad's? No, Creed's. Creed's are on their way out. Okay, American Maids. I just don't recognize this music, you know. I've heard it already today when Ivy Nile came down. Did I miss Hornswoggle? Said Doreen General. No, you didn't miss Hornswoggle, but you didn't miss Hornswoggle. Mackenzie said Raw's ending early because of traveling to the next city, said Mackenzie. No, I don't think they need to do that. It's all built into the schedule, isn't it? So, creeds are next. Okay, let's end this poll so that we're actually ahead of the game for a second, rather than constantly playing catch-up like we've done all stream. Days, what are the 5 WWE debut plans for Phoenix? What would you bring back the Lucha Bros? Well, apparently that was the plan, but the teases for Phoenix are on SmackDown. That's a different brand to Penta. Penta has just spoken about trying to get the Intercontinental. So I'm actually not sure that we are going to be getting the Lucha Bros now. So I think that it might be a case that he comes in and does a bit of a solo thing on SmackDown rather than Lucha Bros. Calvin said Triple H has crossed the line. Why is he burying Austin Theory? What has Theory done? Well, to be honest with you, he hasn't done a great deal. And I think that's probably why he's being buried at the moment, because he's cold. Like, it's not like Theory is red hot or anyone really cares about him at the moment. I think he's got great potential, and I think we can definitely do some stuff with him, but we haven't. And he's just been in a tag team that don't even get on TV every week. So I kind of feel like at the moment, with where we are, Jay getting the win was probably expected. I didn't quite expect it to go that quickly. I didn't expect it to be a case that it was going to be... I didn't expect it to be the case that it was going to be a squash, but yeah, for where both are at the moment, probably makes sense in the build to WrestleMania. So they're just showing a replay of Ria signing that contract, adding her name to it. Days, I get that people tend to lose their last Mania match, but Cena isn't retiring at Mania. That's part of my point. I agree, though, they should lose their last match, though. Oh, here's Ria. Give me the contract. Ria says no. All right, Bianca and Ria are brawling. So she gives Adam Pearce the document. I mean, I think these two are going to want Rhea in the match anyway. Io gets pushed. She goes back. Io starts unloading on Bianca. I do love the backstage area with the graffiti. It looks great. This is brilliant for WWE, isn't it? I bet they were so excited when they arrived and they saw the backstage area. I bet they were like, this is going to look so good on TV. Monday Night Raw brought to us by Snickers. Mike Orion, shout out to you, bud. Let's see what Mike's saying.
Mike Orion. If Jay becomes world champion, the fans are going to turn on him so fast due to the fact he can't put on a good match to save his life.
It is a concern. I mean, the kids are going to be with him, of course, and there's people that enjoy the whole yeet-in stuff. You know, it would be rude to just say it was only adults that were into it, but that is the glaring concern. I don't disagree.
Yash. I described the Cena promo as the best "You Suck" promo. Think it had just as much substance in it as it had all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, there were some lovely lines in there. I do agree with you. It was a "You Suck" promo. It was, you know, saying to the fans, "You lot suck." Some nice lines in there, which, as you said, elevated it from just being, you know, run of the mill. The "You don't deserve," you know, better stuff. You don't deserve. You get what you deserve. Like, that was great. I enjoyed that. I don't know how I feel about that kid getting murked. I sort of feel sorry for him, believe it or not. I don't know. I think a lot of people feel sorry for him, and I think that's just going to build even more heat for Cena. So it's going to work to Cena's advantage, isn't it? Jamie, shout out to you. Right, we are underway. Surely this is where we get Grande Americano.
Jamie M. Stewart. I would have liked Punk for this show. I wanted his reaction after last week's cage match.
Yeah, I don't think he's on this one, is he? I think he's advertised maybe next for SmackDown.
Michael Lazaro. The draft is not far after Mania, so they can still do the Lucha Brothers then.
It's a good point. Yep, we could get it then. Don't know what they're chanting, but they are chanting away again.
Hannah WB. Daze, thoughts on what European crowd has been the best? French, Belgian, or Spanish? All three have the best level of noise.
I'd say France by a mile. I don't think anything's come close to France. I think if anyone thinks these are close, I'd say go back and watch Backlash. I mean, it was bouncing. The actual camera was moving. As the crowd weren't just chanting, they were banging their feet and jumping up and down. And, we started actually for a little time after that measuring decibel levels. We don't really do that now. But do you remember for a time they were measuring decibel levels to see if anyone could be louder than the French fans? So for me, like, French are the gold standard. That's the benchmark. I think Spain were excellent, but I don't think they reached that level. And I think Belgium has been excellent, but it's not been that level. But, I mean, all three have proven themselves to be above what we would normally get. I think the European fans are just so grateful to get WWE live content that hopefully, really, the big takeaway isn't who's the best crowd. It's more how passionate the support is for WWE in Europe. Hopefully, that's just the takeaway rather than who's the best. But if we're going to have the who's the best conversation, for me, it would be the French. And that's hard for me to say as an Englishman, let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Writer-verse. This has been a therapy for me and my wife. She lost her dad 3 days ago, and we were feeling down and out. Your content is also helping us keep positive. Thanks, Daze.
Writer-verse, I'm really sorry to hear that, but, I mean, there's no words for when a loved one is, lost. I mean, no words. So all I can say is I'm very sorry to hear that, and I think this is where wrestling really shows itself. I mean, we debate stuff and talk about, was this right? Was this good? How would you have done it? Was you happy with what we've got? And, we talk about these things and we throw thoughts around and we dig into things. And to be honest, it's all pointless. Yeah, none of it matters, But if it can provide a bit of a momentary distraction, if it can provide an escape, if it can take people's minds off other things, then, I suppose in a way that's at least a purpose that it can serve. So, yeah, thoughts of you, bud. Very sorry to hear that news, and send my condolences to your partner as well. Right, 23 seconds left to go, and we'll be back from commercial break. Crowd still making noise. I can tell you American Made in control, as they've got Dragon Lee in the corner.
Edward Brown LFC won the baddest on the planet. Daze do think if I was to DM Cena and say, I'm not like the fans that wear your merch, I've always supported you, he will reply. I think he'll say you're still a lowlife, which is true.
I don't think he would reply, to be honest with you, but because I would imagine that he gets absolutely inundated with messages. To be honest, I don't even know that he runs his own account. I mean, it would not shock me if there was someone that ran that account for him, because, I mean, I know what notifications I get on a daily basis for people sending stuff for Unseen. And when I tell you it's hundreds, maybe going into 1,000 notifications plus a day. I wouldn't say 1,000 every day, but it is easily hundreds and hundreds and hundreds every day. I mean, it takes me hours
to go through. And that's not a brag. That's just how supportive people are and how much people engage with Unseen. And I don't think people understand that. I could understand people being like, oh, I never get into Unseen. But it's like, honestly, a lot of stuff I get tagged in like 20 odd times. So it's not easy to get in Unseen, to be honest with you, because the majority of stuff I receive multiple times. And that's just for Unseen. That's just for like a little daily video thing that's on this channel. What must John Cena get? Unfathomable, to be honest with you. The amount of noted people that must tag him and stuff, you know? It's one of those where I'd imagine if he was on social media, it would probably take all of his time to respond to everyone. I was actually watching a documentary on Alex Jones. 1, 2. Oh, Ray gets the pin and the win. Wow. Another match that had very little kind of time given to it. We come back from commercial break. They speed things up and it comes to an end. Yeah, I was watching a thing about Alex Jones and about the whole... Oh, there's Grande. There's Grande Americano. There we go. He's laid into Ray. Now he's laying into German suplex. Boom. This masked individual, which people are really torn on if it is Chad or not. I mean, I thought it was Chad last week. And then, of course, there was that seed of doubt planted. I think that's Chad's. I think that's Chad's. But there was lots of people that thought it was Phoenix. And when we saw that second person, I was right there open to that idea. But here we go. Chad is... I say Chad. Grande Americano. Americano mentioned there by Corey Graves as well on commentary. You can't believe that's not Chad Gable, says Michael Cole. Okay. So, what was I saying? I saw a Alex Jones documentary because there was one that came out about all the Sandy Hook stuff. And I was watching that and how that had all played out. Because I wasn't sure as to what was said and all that. And I was kind of interested. And he said on the stand that he could not reply to the emails he received because there was 10 million unread emails that he had received. And I don't know how popular John Cena is compared to Alex Jones or but that gives you a glimpse, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know if he was telling the flipping truth, but he said 10 million emails he had not read. Crazy, isn't it? So how much stuff must Cena receive? How much must The Rock receive? I mean, I got to think to respond to everything, it would take you, I don't even think you could do it. I don't think you'd be able to respond. So to answer your question, though, I don't think he would get back. Edward said, did you manage to watch Lethal Weapon? No, I didn't. I watched, I started to watch a couple of films, actually. Lethal Weapon wasn't one. But I was working, I was setting streams up and I was doing bits. So I did have a couple of films on. I tried to watch and I was trying to do stuff. Problem is, though, I had to keep trying to follow the story. And I was like... So that's why I turned it off and I put a documentary on. And the documentary I chose was that Alex Jones one. I'm not into Alex Jones. I've never watched InfoWars. This is why I watched it, because I don't know much about it. So that's why I watched it. And so I put that on instead, because if I wasn't watching, I could very easily just come back into it, you know. It wasn't something that I had to follow super closely. So no, I didn't. I did that instead. But I'm hanging in there. I'm still getting over my grandma's passing, said Mikey. But I am doing okay. Mikey, shout out to you, dudes.
Days, if you don't read James's message, Alexa Bliss will bring back supernatural wrestling. Okay, James said, Kaz, don't worry about it. There you go. James, you're welcome, buds. I've sent that to James. And I've blown it to him as well. James, I've blown you, mate. I've just blown you there. You're welcome, buds. Right, we're just looking at what went down last week with Roman and Punk and all of that. I'm not giving up, James. Sod it. Read James's post. Kaz, I did. Ah, it's Kaz. Glum Girl Stan. Look at you. Hey? Burn it down. Here's Seth Rollins. Wonder what he's going to be wearing. Think he'll come out dressed like a waffle? That would be... Oh, no, he's not. Oh, this is quite subdued for him. He's coming out in a suit that's kind of black and green. It's pretty subdued. Even the colours are all quite subdued as well. James said, blow yourself. And the Titantron is matching the outfit as well, black and green. That was a good spot, actually. Credit to the person that noticed that. The Titantron is changed to match his outfit. I don't think he gets the outfit to match the Titantron. I think it's the Titantron matches the outfit. Anyway, James, what was it, joking aside, that you were so desperate for me to read? James says... I don't know, it was quite a while ago, wasn't it? But I don't even know if I've got it. Days! I've been telling you for like 2 hours. Bron versus Balor is main eventing, but you keep ignoring me. Yeah, I know. They said it's main event, but he said coming up next, our main event. And I was like, main event now? So I knew it was the main event, but it was the fact that he was like coming up next that threw me out. But I think what he meant was that we were going to look at a video about the main event. I know, James. God. Oh, my God. I so regret blowing you now. I might take it back. Hey, James, we won, didn't we? And that's what matters. 3-0. We're probably not going to get relegated. That's good news. Right, Seth in the ring. Finally, Days reads it, said Jennifer. Listen, I always get there eventually, yeah? Welcome to the Boomer Club, Wrestling Daze. Oh, thank you, my friends. I feel like I've been a fully signed up member for the Boomer Club for a long time, but I'm always down for a welcome. About effing time we won a game, said James. That is true, actually. That is true. James, do you think we will win against Leon? Seth's just in the crowd at the moment. We got about 45 minutes left to go. Days, it's my birthday. Can I get a shout out, said Big Dano. Yeah, sure. Shout out to you, dudes. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate everyone joining us. Which, considering it's so early, considering there's people at work and at school and all that kind of stuff, it's amazing so many people have been able to. So I know this has been a bit weird. I know that the Cena promo has kind of meant that we've played a lot of catch up, but I feel like we're caught up now. I feel like with 45 minutes to go, I'm finally ready to do a watch along for Raw. That Cena segment, though, so big. So many people are going to want to talk about that we had to make sure that we covered that right. And I think doing that video was the right thing to do, but it did kind of derail the the stream a little bit, but we're caught up now. Let's see what Seth's got to say then, shall we? Great thing is that because I've been trying to catch up with stuff, I'm nowhere near ready for Unseen, but it's so early. It doesn't really matter. Plus, I can get all the kind of reaction from the wrestlers after Raw and everything, you know, as I'm catching up. Okay, so we are looking at Balor and Bron. Coming up next, we got Seth Rollins. Obviously, Seth getting murked by Roman last week means this is going to be an interesting segment. This is going to be interesting. The European Tour has got Gunther AJ Styles, but at WrestleMania we're getting Gunther J. Life is a cruel mistress, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Okay, crowd are singing along with Seth's theme. Whoa. I'd love to go to a Dead Man show, said Mikey. That would be good, yeah. Whoa. Okay, singing away, and Seth's just letting it breathe, to be honest with you. Seth just letting him sing away. Crowd applaud him. Seth with his arms outstretched. They're still going. They're still going. They are in fine voice. What's great, though, is that I think everyone that's going to shows knows that this is the benchmark. Everyone knows this is the standard. And so, you know, there's not really a reason why the rest of the tour shouldn't have this. It's got momentum. There's not really a reason as to why the rest of the tour is not going to have this momentum. Go listen to Jungle Underground. Brussels. Welcome. Welcome to Monday Night Rollins. I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. Seth freaking Rollins. I am Seth freaking Rollins. They go back to singing again. Why is this Raw spending over an hour on entrances, said Irish Sam. Don't know. We're lucky that we can talk, can't we? But yeah, if I was sat at home just waiting for this to start, I would be a bit like, yeah, okay, come on. But it's all right. It gives me a chance to just talk to you guys whilst it's happening. So, okay, we're gonna hear from him. Crowd applaud him. Calvin
Houston. Daze, seriously. The way HHH has treated Austin Theory for 3 years really pisses me off. I have no idea why he has such hate for the guy. He treats him like
poop. It won't read emojis, unfortunately. Okay, here's Seth. What you got to say, mate? Ooh, CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. Well, that's not going to be appreciated, is it? We'll get to him. Let's talk Roman first. OTC. OTC. We've now got OTC chants.
okay, he said he's not mad that Roman came for revenge because he would have done the same thing. But the problem... Roman still can't come up with a plan. He needs an architect to do it for him. He left a detail out, and that detail was the man you were chanting a few moments ago, CM Punk. The luckiest loser on the face of the planet. If I had a few more seconds, I would have stomped his head through this mat. So Seth's saying I would have done what I promised to do. I would have put his career on ice if I had those few more seconds. I'm left to clean up Roman Reigns' mess. OTC chants. Tyler, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. James said London's O2 is going to be epic. My two favourite people, CM Punk and Roman Reigns, are going to be in the same place at the same time this Friday on SmackDown. Booze. Trust me, Brussels. I wish they were here too. Did we do a poll for that tag match, by the way? Okay, so what? He's talking about going to Italy. I don't know if we did a poll for that tag match. I don't have it recorded, so we'll just get it done again if we didn't. LWO versus American Maids. Oh. Sing my song. We got one more match to go, said Seth. Basically, Seth has come out and said, I don't blame Roman, but he did forget about one thing, and that was CM Punk. Both of them are going to be on SmackDown. How about I go to Italy to insert myself into that? So he just sort of come out and, I mean, I feel like that could have been an email. I think this is just a way of getting the fans to sing his song. See you Friday, says Seth. That was a bit throwaway, wasn't it? That was a little bit throwaway. What a boring promo, said James. He's going to go to SmackDown, said Jojo. Jamie said he's basically just a hype man. K-pop lover said Seth is a clown. It's Kaz said that was... Nah. That might have been the weakest point, said Phoenix. Just to run the clock down. Do you know what? There's been so many matches tonight that have gone so fast. Too fast. I could have done without that. Or I could have done with that being a hell of a lot quicker, and then I could have used that time to have made the other matches better. Women's Intercontinental Championship match coming up. Glasgow. Next Monday. WWE will be in Glasgow, Scotland for Raw. CM Punk's going to be on that show. Lyra against Raquel for the Women's IC Championship. Jey Uso and a mystery partner against A-Town Down Under. So this is what we've got coming up next week. Cody Rhodes and John Cena live next Monday. What can they say next week? I mean, we're going to get The Rock show up at some point, aren't we? But I wonder what he can say next week that's kind of different to what we've already had. Here's Kathy with AJ Styles. I stand behind everything I've said. La 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 la. They are in fine voice. Fans going off. Here's Carrion and Scarlett. Let's hear. Maybe you're not mad at Logan. Maybe you're mad at yourself. I see what you're doing, and it's not going to work. Carrion says, I think it's working. There's Bron Breakker. Oh, there's Penta. Penta having a look at that Intercontinental Championship. Here we go then. Main event. Main event. They're going to give this some time, aren't they? Are we going to get the split here? That was stupid of Dominic, though, wasn't it? I mean, there's no way Penta's going to be joining up with Judgment Day. Red hot babyface. People love him. I can't see him turning him heel. Finn Balor going off on Dominic earlier tonight. Right. Days, I honestly can't believe it's October later this year. It'll be 2 years since my stepdad passed away. I go back to that wet video of me, him, and my mom, and it puts a smile on my face, says Edwards. Yeah. I was very sorry to hear that news. There is just so much loss in the community. It feels like at the moment as well. I don't know why. But 2 years, you say, in October. Crazy that it will have been that long. Doesn't feel like that long, does it? Or it doesn't to me since you first said. Let's see what Alex has got to say.
Alex Marcy. Penta and Bron give it to me Triple H. Inject it into my veins.
Oh, I think you're going to get it. It feels like that's the direction it's going.
Mikey. I'm a Carrion fan, but if you're going to like Logan Paul taking your jobs, then you lost a fan in me. Lol.
Mikey, shout out to you. LS Dub.
LSWS. This show has largely been pretty boring. Speaking just in terms of what's actually been on the show, the crowd has been anything but boring.
I think the opinions video for this show is going to be really interesting because I'd imagine most people are going to want to give their thoughts on the Cena promo. But to be honest with you, what else was there really to kind of get your teeth into? I think the Finn Dominic stuff is interesting. And obviously, it's going to be interesting to see how this is about to play. We could end with something big. I don't know that it's just going to be Bron beats Finn and that's end of show. I mean, I don't know. Have they got something more up their sleeve than that? I would hope so. We did get to see Grande Americano again.
But I don't disagree with you, actually. But saying that, the Cena segment took up like 40-odd minutes. So, it was the bulk of the show. The Penta match then followed. That actually got a great score. Easily the highest scoring match on the show so far, the Penta against Ludwig match. So I'd say the first hour delivered. But since then, they've not really been able to follow it up with much, have they?
Hopefully we get a strong end, though. Finn Balor just cutting a promo with 50 seconds to go.
And then we'll be back from commercial break.
I know Bron has got his dogs with him. Do you think it'll be Roman, CM Punk, Seth?
I think so, yeah. That's long been the rumour, yes.
Dean said, I found the show a little bit boring as well. TJF said, imagine if Finn wins.
Yeah, good point. That would shake things up, wouldn't it? That would shake things up.
Cool Drummer said, this isn't boring. I watched all the Vince's Raws.
Now, those shows were boring.
Maybe boring by Triple H standards.
I agree, though. I mean, if we're going to compare it to flipping 2019 Raws, this is like one of the greatest shows I've ever seen.
Honestly. Back in the day, we were down. We were in some dark places.
Austin 316. The only things I've enjoyed is Penta versus Kaiser and the women's contract signing.
Austin 316, shout out to you, buds. Hannah
WE. Daze. Do we see the following returns? Carmella, Mark Jindrak, Evan Bourne, Becky Lynch.
Then we get Becky. I would like to think there's a way back for Carmella, but I don't know. Her comments were pretty cutting, but we know in the wrestling world, time heals all wounds. But to be honest with you, I just think that she was someone, I'm just being really brutally honest now, I think she was someone that was a good person to have around. You could put her in a tag team, you could put her in a faction, she could job for people. There was even a brief moment where she was with James Ellsworth and, she won Money in the Bank. They gave her a run as, the woman. They put the belt on her and gave her a look there. But to be perfectly honest with you, I think as we've added Bianca's and Rhea's and Liv's kind of come into her own, and, we've got Bayley, we've got Charlotte. I just think she found herself slipping further and further down the pecking order. And with now Julia, Stephanie, Roxanne, kind of bubbling away, Jordan Grace kind of bubbling away, it's just hard, isn't it? It's just really difficult because they've probably looked at it and gone, well, we just don't have a need. I don't know how we would use her and get her on TV. I mean, you could put her in a tag team. Maybe that could have been a way forward. But honestly, if Triple H has looked at it and gone, we're covered. We're covered. I don't even need a women's tag team. I'm covered. It's just unfortunate, It's just unfortunate. So I'd like to think there's a way back for her. I don't think she was bad or anything like that. I just think that it's hard. It's just really hard. I mean, even getting to the main roster is hard, but when you get there, keeping your job is hard as well. I mean, we've seen so many people get cut from the main roster. It's just, unless you get to that sort of level, like Becky level, you get to a certain level where you're sorted, I mean, Seth Rollins, sorted. Roman, sorted. CM Punk, sorted. I know he's been away, but he, couldn't have done much worse than what he did, talking bad about the company, apart from, killing someone or something. But, they bring him back. I kind of feel like you reach a level of being over where you become uncuttable. You become, like, a legend, if you will. And even if you do decide to leave, they'll always look to bring you back. And I don't think Carmella had reached that. She hadn't reached that. She sadly was still in that cuttable stage where she could be cut and was cut.
But I never had any ill will towards her. I know she feels like, you know, was she being punished because she was a woman and all that kind of stuff? I mean, I don't know about that, but I do agree it's a bad look that she went off to have a kid and then got cut. I mean, that's not good, is it? That's not good at all. So I don't disagree with her on that point. But yeah, I'd like to think there's a way back for her one day, eventually. She might have to go to like TNA and reinvent herself and kind of put that work in. And who knows? Sometimes that can actually result in better things. Look at Cody. He was stuck as Stardust. He ended up leaving, going away, reinventing himself, came back bigger. Drew McIntyre did the same. Who's to say Carmella can't do that, you know? Intros, that's what we're getting. James, shout out to you. See what James is saying. I don't think there's any swears here, so that's nice.
James Chadwick. These international shows are decent with some great stuff, but it's never mind-blowing.
Here's Bron Breakker. James, shout out to you. Let's get Michael's thoughts.
Michael Lazaro. The crowd is good. Cena Rhodes, good. Everything else been crap to fast of matches.
Crowd is good. Cena, Rhodes, good. Everything else has been beep, too fast with the matches. Sean
Rousset. Carmella contract was not renewed, but people think she was released.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good point. There is obviously a difference. It is great that they let the contract play out. I'm a much bigger fan of that than like, you know, cutting. But at the end of the day, it's still the same reasoning, isn't it? They didn't have anything for her. So they did at least allow the contract to play out. So respect for that. That's for me how it should be done. But, you know, no one's job is safe. You can't have a contract with WWE on the main roster and think that's it, you're done for life, you know? But I suppose the point she was kind of making was that, well, she's been out due to being pregnant and then picking up an injury. So she's not been able to show anything. She's not been able to, like, prove her worth because she's just been at home for a while now. A couple of years, is it, since she had her kids? So I get her point of, like, it's not a great look that you've decided I'm no longer kind of worth investing in, because are you making that decision off the back that I've been off pregnant? And, you know, how am I meant to show you what I can contribute? You know, WWE could obviously turn around and say, well, we was going to cut you ages ago, but we actually kept you under contract and supported you through your pregnancy. I'm sure that would be their counterpoint, or could be their counterpoint. But I don't know. If she hadn't have fallen pregnant and had stayed there, like, would she have still ended up being cut? Don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Suppose it depends how that had gone. But the fact she's not been able to show anything recently, I do understand where she's coming from with that. Balor gets thrown over the top to the outsides. Bron Breakker goes to the outside as well, looking to charge rounds. So they've had their intros. Here's Bron Breakker. Oh, sling blades! So that got reversed. So commercial break coming up. This match only just beginning, but we've still got about 20 minutes left to go. Michael, shout out to you. Let's get Michael's thoughts.
Michael Borland. $5 Canadian. Wasn't one of the benefits of going to Netflix was to get rid of time restraints? Why would they feel rushed to everything in?
Well, to be honest, I think that's a really good point. It wasn't really to get rid of time constraints. I kind of feel like that was something that they were talking about. We've got a freedom with it, right?
I don't disagree with Triple H's approach because we don't know if we're going to be on Netflix forever. Chances are we're not, right? And eventually we're going to go back to... I don't know if we'll go back to TV. I don't know what the future's going to hold. But what I do know is that it's probably right that you keep everyone hitting their times. Yeah, that's how wrestling has always been on TV. You've got your segment. We've got to go to commercial. You've got to hit your cues. You don't really want a bad attitude coming in now of time cues. It doesn't matter. You don't want everyone to have that idea of, doesn't matter. We're on Netflix. If I want to go an extra minute or two, we can do it. That's a bad habit to kind of really fall into. Not just for the talent, but for Triple H and production and everyone involved. I think that it makes a lot more sense to stick to those time cues and really make sure that you're hitting what you want to hit. So I think Triple H has got it in his mind that 3 hours is too long, 2 hours is too short, and that 2.5 hours is the sweet spot. So I think Triple H books a show as if they've got a 2.5 hour time slot. And I think for him, he regards that as, that's where I want to be. It's porridge is just right kind of territory. But I can sort of understand the fans going, it shouldn't really be that bad. It's like, if summer overruns, just add it onto the show. We don't need to rush through the matches. But then I can see the counterpoint. And the counterpoint is you don't want people to fall into that trap of feeling like they've got all the time in the world. And, you know, here you go, Jay. You can have your couple of minutes. Here you go. You can have a few minutes. And before you know it, like, we're 10 minutes overrun, 15 minutes overrun. And maybe you can get away with that as a one-off, but I don't know. Does it become a one-off? Do you start to see it happen on a more regular basis? Like, do things start getting a bit lax? Does that then bleed into other standards? You know, give people an inch, they'll take a mile type stuff. So I can only think it's something along those lines. And if it was that, I can't say I would massively disagree. I think for something exceptional like this week where you've got a Cena promo and you say to Cena, you take as long as you want, I would argue that this is the week where you could have an exception. Because Cena, you've said to Cena, this is so important. You go out there and you do what you need to do. I don't want you to leave anything on the table and look back and go, I should have capitalized on that, but I was pushed for time. Like, I want you to be the professional you are, read the room, and go with your heart, go with your gut. And if that means you go over 5 minutes, then you go over 5 minutes. Well, we can make that work. And, you know, I think this is where we could have had an exception, so. But those exceptions should be super, super rare. Super, super rare. But I think he is just trying to keep it to that kind of 2.5 hour mark and make sure the shows all come in around the same amount of time. And I'm not too down on that, to be honest. Do you know who I am? Says Finn. Finn back in control. 15 minutes to go. Mackenzie.
Mackenzie Scoose. Io, Bianca, and Rhea are all faces Belair for heel.
Bianca for heel. Well, we could have Bianca for heel, yeah. She definitely could be the one that turns. Back elbow there by Bron. Finn Balor back up, stumbles back to the corner. Bron Breakker comes over, grabs a hold of Finn, chucks Finn. Goes over. Gets him against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Finn. That looked a little bit weak. Clothesline. Misses. Oh, I really felt like we were setting up for a spear.
Joey Adamo 81183. Sounds like they're chanting Soccer Bopper.
Soccer Bopper? They've been brilliant. Fans have been brilliant. I mean, starting the show holding up those cards. Oh, here's Dominic now. This could be interesting. This could be interesting. Dominic's come down. Carlito has come down. Could we get a new member in this group that ends up costing Finn? Like, that would be something big, wouldn't it? Balor. Planting. Bron. 2. Shoulder up by Bron Breakker. Shoulder up there by Bron Breakker. Crowds are chanting away again. I can't make out what the crowd is saying, to be honest with you.
But they're in fine voice. There we go. Finn Balor stomping down on Bron Breakker. Mackenzie, yeah. You and me on the same wavelength.
Mackenzie scoos. Seth should have been a Belgian waffle today.
That would have been fun. He was quite subdued, actually. Over against the ropes goes Bron. Oh, spear coming. No, clothesline. Clothesline there by Bron Breakker, and Finn goes to the outside. Little bit of blood around the mouth of Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker launches, boom, over the commentary table. So jumps off the edge of the ring. I tell you what, there's a lot that can go wrong there. Bron Breakker down. So flying clothesline, Bron Breakker. I think all the monitors and everything are still on the table at that point. Yeah, he's down. He's just sort of selling his knee a little bit there, Bron. I think he's okay. Crowd are in fine voice. They're chanting, "This is awesome." Stump coming in there by Bron. In the ring goes Finn. Bron Breakker looking over at Dominic. Breakker gets in the ring, goes against the ropes, over the other side. Oh, sling blade though by Finn Balor. Dominic still at ringside, cheering on Balor. Balor comes over, drop kick. Bron Breakker goes into the corner. He's going to go up top. Balor is up top. Coup de grace misses. Goes back to the corner. Jumps over the top. Breakker into the corner. Roll up there by Finn. 2. Kick out. Kick out there by Bron. I tell you, this is going at quite a pace. Oh, power slams him down. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Finn. Do we think Rhea will sign the contract, get a triple threat match? She did sign the contract, and there was a little backstage thing where she was arguing with Adam Pearce. I do like the fact that didn't work. I think the other women are going to demand that she get added because even though it's not going to work in their favor and it would be a silly thing for them to do, I think emotions are high. I think they want to get their hands on Rhea. I think that they could also go with the angle of she's going to get involved at WrestleMania. We know she's going to interrupt that match. There's not going to be a way of keeping her out, so you might as well add her to it from the start. I wouldn't be shocked if it goes down those kind of roads, but I like the fact that he was like, no, you're not getting added. That's not going to work. Shot coming in there by Finn Balor. 10 minutes to go. Days Raw in Scotland. Joe Hendry, maybe. Joe Hendry's an interesting thought. Carlito is trying to get in the ring. Dominic grabbing Bron. Oh, no, mistake. Finn Balor. Oh, my God. I don't think Dominic meant to do that. He grabbed Bron, tried to pull Bron down. Finn Balor ends up getting caught on that top turnbuckle. And here we go. We've got Bron Breakker in the corner. Gonna charge in. Spear! Oh, dear. 2, 3. Bron Breakker wins. I think the bigger story here is Dominic getting involved, costing Finn. Did he mean to, though? Did he mean to? I still feel like we've got some time after. I don't know if this show... Oh, look, they're attacking Bron Breakker. Dominic and Carlito are attacking Bron Breakker. Trying to make amends. They're trying to make amends. Now, Finn Balor has rolled out of the ring. Dirty Dom is grabbing that Intercontinental Championship. Okay, who's making their way down? Oh, this is interesting. Penta is in there. Super kick to Dom. Dom goes down. Now, Dominic was interested in bringing Penta in. Penta grabbing that Intercontinental Championship. So he's got that belt. Bron Breakker looks over at Penta. Cool girls, Stan Liv Morgan side. Penta looks at the IC title. Is this how Raw's going to end? With Penta giving that IC belt back to Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker holds it up. And it's quite clear that this is the direction that we're going. I really wanted something between Finn and Dominic more than this, though. I didn't really want it ending with, like, Penta coming down and just helping Bron and giving him the belt back, you know? There we go. That's the end of it. It's ended. It's ended. Flipping now. After how long that flipping Cena promo went for, we've still ended 8 minutes early. And I would class that as early. We couldn't give Austin Theory Jey Uso another 8 minutes. We couldn't give that Penta match a touch longer. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think the feedback on this is going to be really interesting because, I mean, that first hour was really compelling. Really compelling. I think that first hour with the Cena segment, whatever you think of that promo, and it did get all time, right? So, and it wasn't bad. You know, it wasn't bad. It was a compelling segment, hooked from start to finish, and it ate up about 35 minutes. Then with a little backstage bit and the Penta match, which you lot said was great 66, I think the first hour really delivered. And if you think this show has just gone for 2 hours 20 something, the fact the first hour delivered means that this can't be seen as a bad Raw, because like nearly half of it was like really compelling. But I don't know if what we had after that hour is what people were looking for. But well, I don't know. The feedback's going to be very interesting. I'm going to put that feedback up now, actually. Feedback required. What did you think of WWE Raw? Hopefully the thing should be going up in about 7 minutes. I've got it scheduled, the poll, to drop. So that should be going up in about 7 minutes so that people can leave their thoughts on the show. Feel free to put your thoughts in, though, in regards to a score and what you would score it. Let's pop that there. Let's pop that there. To be honest, Unseen's going to be a bit delayed. Well, actually, it won't. It might be going up about its usual time. It probably won't be delayed, actually. But it won't be dropping like an hour after the show like it usually is. So I am pleased that at least we managed to get that John Cena video out. Daze, I want that match to happen, Bron Penta. Yeah, I think it will. WrestleMania, yeah, I think so. Edward gives it a 7. Aaron gives it a 6. Flexing and Stepping with a 5. JJB Gaming with a 5. Adele with a 7. Team CB says 10. It was a brilliant show. Josh gives it an 8. David says 9. Only Kid said 7.5. Oliver said it was definitely epic at the beginning. Decent show overall. But however, it is highly odd that it finished early quite frequently. David said it was a great show. John Cena said, you guys want to see a heel version of me since you never get a heel version of me in 20 years. Hello, John. Jamie with a 6. Cena carried it, said Team CB. Daryl gives it a 7. MJR gives it a 7. A. Jobson said, I thought it sucked. Q, I don't know what that was in relation to. I don't know if that was the show overall. Kieran said 7.25. Connor said 7. Michael says 5. William said 9.5. Mohammed said, hello, Daze. Interesting with that Cena promo. Makes enough sense, to be honest. Anthony said the crowd made the show. John Cena said, I did the best I can. Austin, shout out to you, said, I think I've got to go about a 6. Daze, are you not doing a stream for North American? Says Talk Night. This was the stream for North America. There is no North American show. It aired live around the world at the same time. Amin said, Daze, your 2 SmackDown streams was amazing. Keep up the work. Same shout out to you, but yeah, the thing with SmackDown is that airs delayed on USA Network. So here in Europe, it aired on Netflix. We covered that. And then when it aired on USA Network, we did a watch along for that. But the difference with Raw is live, and that's it. It does not air again later on USA Network or CW Network or Fox or anywhere. It's literally just out there now. So, yeah, there is no later showing, unfortunately. It just means that our American friends are just going to have to watch it when they get back home. And that's going to mean that everyone's watching it at like slightly different times. It's a mess, isn't it, really? But it's only for a few weeks whilst they're in Europe. LS Dub said a lot of stuff on the show had no importance, or it had the same played out direction that we've been waiting to see progress for weeks. Not much depth outside of John, so I would go 6. Sounds like the Cena promo should have been at the end, said John. Well, do you know, I think that's a really interesting talking point because I expected it at the end. Traditionally, you would say that that's where it would be. Maybe not the very end. It could be the end. But, you know, traditionally, I wouldn't have been shocked for it to have opened the 3rd hour. Yeah. But as I said earlier, I kind of forget that we're not on TV. We're on Netflix. And so I suppose as long as people watch, it doesn't necessarily matter where you put it because people can skip forwards. You know, you can click onto Raw and just skip through to the bit you want on Netflix if you're not watching it live. If you're watching it on catch-up, you know, you can just go to the scene a bit. So I suppose in a way, if you put it at the end, you might just run the risk of everyone skipping through Raw anyway, just to get to the scene a bit. So I wonder if it's just more important that they get the person clicking on the video. I wonder if it's a bit like YouTube where, yeah, watch time's important and watch time will help with discoverability, but so will the amount of views that your video gets. And so if people are like, you've got something people want to watch and they're going to come to watch that specific thing, your views are going to be good regardless, aren't they? You know? If I said I was going to give away £1 million and I was going to do it in a video in the future on next Monday, and everyone had a raffle ticket, right? Then the views for that are going to be great. Like, I could read the number out at the very beginning. The watch time's not going to massively matter. Because if I gave, like, 2 million people a ticket, you know, hopefully 2 million people would tune in to find out if they had won. So it doesn't really matter if I give the answer at the start or at the end, because I've got hopefully 2 million people that are going to tune in. In regards to this, like, we know a lot of people were interested in the John Cena promo. Traditionally on TV, you'd put it at the end to get, like, people watching and watch time. And I do think watch time still factors. I still think it's still a thing with Netflix, but I think, you know, the amount of times people just click on the program carries a lot more weight. So I wonder if that's like a little difference that we're seeing now, which is very interesting. There's a lot about wrestling that has changed recently
because, you know, we've grown up with Vince's booking, and a few years ago it changed to Triple H. So we're still kind of trying to learn about what that looks like. What does Triple H booking look like compared to Vince booking? And now, of course, you've got other changes, like we're on a streaming platform. What does that look like compared to being on traditional television? And how does that differ? How does that make things differ? You know, we're still learning that. I mean, we've only been doing this since, early January, so it's very interesting. It's very interesting. I did not expect them to open with John Cena. I thought they would open with something big, but could have been Seth, you know? Could have opened with Seth coming out and doing his promo and getting the crowd all riled up. Could have opened with Jay doing his entrance like we normally do, you know? And then push Cena to, you know, the segment that links hour 2 to hour 3, or maybe even you end with that Intercontinental match and then go into the Cena promo. I mean, traditionally, that's what we would have done. So, yeah, I agree. It's all very interesting. Lots to talk about. The placing of certain segments, the tone of certain segments, the content of certain segments, the quality of the in-ring action. Which, did we do a poll? I never know anymore if we've done polls. Polls just kind of come and go these days. I don't have numbers written down, so let's get a quick poll up for that main event match. So we'll get a poll and then we'll run away as I start compiling Unseen, which will go up later tonight with all the thoughts, reaction, and we'll get the opinion video done as well. I hope they take the storyline to Master versus Student in Cena Cody. The crowd made the promo hotter. What are your thoughts? I thought the crowd were excellent, and I think they did add to it. Yes. I've put my thoughts in I'm not going to subject people to my thoughts again. My thoughts are in a video that's on the channel. So my thoughts of the whole promo and Cody coming out and all of that I've put into like a 6-minute video that's on the channel. I recorded it during the stream. But I agree with your point that the crowd definitely made it hotter. It meant that Cody Cena had like things to react to, and they definitely added to this show. Definitely. James said, are you excited for the Leon Edwards fight this weekend? Yes. Yes, I think that should be really fun. And that stream, I think, is set up on the channel now so that people know what we're doing. It was kind of nice, actually, to get that on the channel. Get that set up because, you know, people always want to know what we're doing. Always want to know if we're covering certain things. So it was nice to get that set up. So, yes, I am, but yeah, it should be good. Should be good. Whole card looks pretty interesting, actually. It's quite a big card this weekend. Hannah said, Daze, sometimes I think that Hunter's booking will take some decline in the future, as it happened with all great bookers. Thoughts? I don't know. I think Vince was pretty good. Vince, if you think, started in, 83? And, you know, look at the Attitude Era and, like, some of the stuff we were getting, like, 16 years later. And, you know, there was the whole Daniel Bryan thing. I think Yes All Mania was a big success. Whether, you know, that was booked by Vince, but, you know, there was a lot of input that was in there. But I think like it's hard as time goes by to give the audience what they want, because what the audience wants tends to differ. I think the truth is that when you get into wrestling, you get hooked, right, as a kid. But you're hooked by what you see. And that might not quite be what was before. So, for example, a lot of people got into wrestling during Cena's run and loved it. And that was great. And, you know, they loved it as kids and they grew up with Cena and Orton and all of that stuff. But then you've got a chunk of people that are still waiting for the Attitude Era to come back. And they're not happy because they don't want this kind of PG product. They want the Attitude Era. I think the truth is you can't give everyone what they're looking for. The only thing you can do is try and book the show the best you can. And hence why we always see such varied opinions, because You know, there's people that have watched this show that are going to have really enjoyed it. Hence, we've seen some 9.5s. But then some people are going to be like, this just didn't move the dial. Hence, we've seen some 5s. So I think the truth is, it's hard to give everyone what they want. You've just got to try and do the best you can, put out a good product, put out a product that's going to please the masses. I think he's been excellent at doing that overall. I would give Triple H's booking like a solid 8, 8.25. I think there's been mistakes. I think everyone would do mistakes. If I was booking, there would be mistakes. And things I'd look back on and go, shouldn't have done that. And I'm sure Triple H has got plenty of those. If you asked him, he might be like, I don't like to look back. I don't look backwards. There's no point in looking backwards. There's nothing to benefit from that. But I think if he was being honest, he would probably definitely change some stuff. Whether it would be big stuff, I don't know. But yeah, kind of, you know, trying to give the people what they want as tastes evolve and change, and, you know, trying to keep people on board and not have lapsed fans. And yeah, it's very difficult. It's very difficult. All you can do is just keep trying your best, really. And I think he's done a great job so far. It's been an excellent kind of passing over from Vince, you know. The way to think about it is that this could have gone so wrong that we could be looking at a situation where WWE has never been lower. We could be looking at complete mishandling of the talent. We could be hearing about like real drama backstage, real frustration backstage, ticket sales being slow. I mean, if you think about when your favorite sports team gets a new manager and how that can affect the team, I suppose in a way this is a very similar situation. WWE got a new manager, a new head of creative, and it could have gone south badly. And I think if you used to ask most people, they'll say that it's better than Vince. I think most people would say that this has been an improvement. So things are going great so far, and we'll just take that for now and not worry too much about the future. Very interested to see how that Bron, that Finn Dom situation is going to play as well, just as we're getting these scores together. A few final thoughts and then we will run away. Just want to give this poll a chance to get some votes in. Black Cavities said Hunter's booking is a balance of PG and attitude. He'll pull on styles where and when it counts, depending on storylines. The big difference is they learn week to week. Very interesting. Dark Cloud said it was for me. The fact that Cena's promo was longer than every match, but the main event was just a bit to me, says Dark Clouds. It's Kaz said the Attitude Era was a special time in wrestling. Unfortunately, this cannot be done in this time, in my opinion. No, I agree with you. I think that it worked for the time, and the company made record money at the time, and a lot of people look back on that time with fondness, and I completely agree. Could it be done now? I think there's a lot of I think there's a lot of like different sensibilities. I don't think you'd be able to get away with a lot of the stuff they were doing then. I think as well they make a lot of money from being a family product now. I think they make a lot of money by, and a lot of sponsors and a lot of licenses rely on them. So for example, if you became more edgy and you like leaned into an Attitude Era again, how would that affect action figure sales? Because I don't think it would be a big surprise to find out that kids buy more action figures than adults, right? There's a lot of adult collectors that like to put them on shelves, but I've got to think the driving force are kids that like playing with the action figures. So, you know, if all of a sudden you became a TV 14, started to kind of move away from that younger demo, that younger demo wasn't watching as much, you know, how does that affect Mattel? And if it does affect Mattel, does that affect the licensing agreement? And do you then start getting less money from that agreement? And how does it affect the people that make plushes And how does it affect the people that make cups and curtains and clocks and bedspreads and calendars and this and that and I know the argument could be, well, you can find other lines of revenue, but I think they are in a good place at the moment where they've got some good money coming in, and I don't think they want to rock that boat just for the sake of making the product more unnecessarily edgy, you know. So I sort of understand the predicament that they're in. And I like that comment earlier about how it's Black Cavity's saying, you know, we can lean into a bit of Attitude Era. There's blood that shows itself at times, you know, The Rock cussing his head off. It is a shame that, like, WWE feel a need to censor certain words. It is a shame that, like, during the Cena promo, the crowd are chanting "F you, Cena," and it's being censored. You know, I mean, for me, that's probably taking things a bit far. But again, you know, if WWE don't even think they can get away with that, you can flip him forget a full-blown Attitude Era. I wonder if there couldn't be, like, a brand that goes further, you know? I wonder why WWE can't, under their umbrella, have a brand that just lives on its own, doesn't interfere with WrestleMania or anything like that, is basically like an ECW brand that has its own PLEs and its own roster, and could give that ECW Attitude Era type vibe. There is an audience for it, but I don't know how big that audience is. But I don't know, you're fed up of Jey Uso yeeting. How about you check out this brand? I wonder why they've not done that, because I would imagine that would be the brand that would probably most apply or appeal to UFC fans that don't really watch wrestling. But if you gave them a brand that was, do you know what I mean? CZW-esque, hardcore, blood, barbed wire, just bonkers, ECW vibes. Could that work in the modern worlds? I don't know. I mean, it couldn't interact with the main product. I know that. You couldn't have that crossover, because they'd have to go, you know, they'd have to go down to PG if ever they were on Raw or SmackDown. And you couldn't really have crossover because they wouldn't really want the kids tuning into that. But I don't know. Maybe there's something there that could be served, an audience that could be served. There's no conversation of that happening, though. Do we think Dwayne's power eventually makes him decide to focus full-time? Nah. I mean, maybe when he's in his flipping 60s. But no, I think he is someone that enjoys being, like, the guy that spins a lot of plates. You know, he's the guy that's got a movie career that's, you know, doing lots of things, lots of projects. He's got products in the shops, and I think he enjoys that. I think he enjoys every day being different. I think he enjoys Hollywood red carpets and having his Hollywood friends, but then having his wrestling friends, but then also going off to see how, you know, his tequila's getting on, and then going over and checking out Papatui, and then going and to a Moana film premiere, and then working on a new project with a new actor, new talent. Or I think he's someone that loves having different irons in the fire. I mean, God, if he was to come out with an album, I wouldn't be shocked. Like, I kind of feel like if he was to start doing something in the music world, I wouldn't be, like, totally shocked, because I get the feeling he would love to go to the Grammys, and he would love to mingle with that crowd, you know? So for him to pack all that up and now just focus solely on TKO, I can't really see that happening. Black Cavity said Cena should have talked a bit more about joining up with The Rock rather than just being annoyed by the fans. It felt a little bit like cheap heats. Well, I agree with you. I don't feel the message was quite right personally. I'm just sort of tiptoeing on that because, like, I don't want to get the message out that I thought it was bad or that it sucked or anything like that, because I didn't. I thought it was very compelling. I was very entertained. I was locked in. Crowd brought energy. It was so weird hearing Cena say those kinds of things as well, that, I mean, you just really felt like you was watching something of significance. Which is why, you know, it's very, very rare for us to do a video during a stream. We used to do them quite a bit, actually, but we haven't done them in a long time. And I just really felt like this is one that I needed to do, because I know that is the talking point. I didn't know what else was going to be on the show, but I was struggling to think anything was going to match that for scale of talking points. So it felt like the video to make, and, you know, that's the video I would be making right now. So the fact it's already done and it's out there is, I think, the right thing to have done. But a little bit of disruption, of course. I mean, I didn't get a chance to really watch the Penta match. Like, what I might do is go back and watch that Penta match, actually. I could tell and see spots happening. And I saw the Destroyer off the top. I saw the Penta driver onto, like, the chair. I saw the commentary table spot. I saw the pace they were working at. I'm not surprised that it's come out as the highest rated match. From what I saw, it was great. But, yeah, a little bit of disruption after the Cena thing. But once we were, like, locked in and, like, watching the rest of it, I don't really feel like the rest of the show was able to match that first hour, as we said. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see what we get in the opinions video. All of that will drop later on, you know. But, yeah, really interesting. I suppose, in a way, that's us done. But I just need to make sure that we're on top of Super Chats and everything. Yes, we are. Just a big thank you, really, for everyone joining us, because I know this was a different time. And I know that, like, some people might be joining us that don't normally join us. And there'll be some people that have really had to go to some extremes to join us. So it's not lost on me that this is a very strange time to be doing this stream. And a lot of people are having to just find ways of joining us. So, yeah, this was weird, different. It's going to be nice to be back to normal, to be perfectly honest with you. This is quite early. This is kind of not middle of the night for me, but I tend to get up around about 7, 8, something like that. So I probably would have been up for like 2 hours by this point. So, you know, I would have been asleep by the time this stream started. So it was a weird time, this. It just, I don't know, it just felt a bit strange at the start. But, you know, once you get your teeth into it and you're starting to really throw around some of those kind of thoughts that people had, and we were getting stuck into some stuff, yeah, it was interesting. So, yeah, really appreciate people joining us. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm going to work on Unseen and work on the opinions video. And don't forget, we're back tomorrow at a more reasonable time, a more usual time, because NXT tomorrow is Performance Center. That means it's America. That means it's normal time. And so we can get back to normal there. So we will. So there we go. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.